Thank you for joining me. It's Saturday, March 2nd, 2024. You're watching Co-op for Two. Today we're going to be returning to Mythos Tales for a fan-made case. It's actually the only fan-made case that I know of for Mythos Tales. Mythos Tales itself, you'll remember, was kickstarted in 2016 or so. This fan-made case was made in 2018. There are, aside from the 8 or 9 that come in the box that we've played through on the channel, all of them, there are a couple more cases that don't exist in English. I think one short sort of demo-made case, and then one longer, fuller case. It would be nice to see that translated into English. This is the only proper fan-made case I know about. Before I tell you a little bit more about the fan case, let's catch up on some bookkeeping stuff. Tomorrow, Sunday afternoon at 1 p.m., not the normal 3 p.m. time, but 1 p.m., I will be doing another game development diary for High and Low. You can see the box behind me there. The New York Noir Sherlock Holmes consulting detective inspired game that I've been working on for the last 8 months with lots of help from people, viewers of the channel. This will be my 4th designer diary. They tend to go for an hour, somewhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours. I think tomorrow's will be a little shorter. And I don't have as much planned for tomorrow's session as I normally do, but I think what I'm going to focus on tomorrow is the theme of time and tension. That's your sort of teaser. Mechanics to handle time and increase enjoyable tension in the game. We'll talk a little bit about where Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective falls, where Mythos Tales falls, Gumshoe, and some other games, and some of the mechanics seen in High and Low and in the test cases that exist for High and Low. Okay, so that's tomorrow. Last week, we played 2 games from the same company, Diorama Games. We played the Vandermist Dossier and the Medusa Report. These are sort of narrative puzzle games. They almost look like they're cold case games, but they're more puzzle games. And I didn't have the best time with it. They're very highly regarded. They've got some very, very positive reviews by typical escape room gamers. Sometimes that genre is called an escape room game. I think I need to... I'm way behind in putting out reviews for some of these things. I owe a review for those and for the Third Suspects box, etc. I'm going to try to get around to those soon. It's possible tomorrow we'll play something else after my 1 p.m. live stream. My sleep schedule's a little messed up lately. That's why I haven't been scheduling things too far in advance. Any other bookkeeping we have to do? I'd love to hear from the channel what you guys have been up to, any projects you're working on. I think I'm probably going to, well, let me not talk more about High and Low. I'll save that for tomorrow. Anything else anyone wants to talk about outside of the topic of what we're playing today? I did see Dune 2 recently. I didn't love it. I thought it was a little bit boring. There's an interesting discussion from the director of Dune 2, the famous director Villeneuve, or I forget his proper name, talking about how he doesn't like dialogue. Dialogue doesn't belong in movies. Movies are all about visuals. That sort of doesn't match with my appreciation of movies. I like the dialogue. So anyway, Dune 2. When I see these movies, these billion-dollar movies, all I think about is how many blue ruins could have gotten made for the price of that movie. So Dune 2 is like a 1,000 blue ruins. Okay, what else should we talk about before we start? Whenever I ask, no one comes in with their own projects. I'd really love to know what you guys are up to. What do you do? What are your hobbies? How's work projects, anything interesting, creative projects? Perry says, I was not a fan of Dune 1 movie, though I love the books. YouTube says 9 concurrent viewers, 4 likes. If you haven't seen my YouTube videos talking about fan-made cases for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you should, because I've got a video that's called something like The Best Kept Secret in board game. I forget how I called it, mystery games, whatever. And it's the fact that you can get these amazing free fan-made cases that are of every bit as high quality as the commercial ones. And John Keane, who created Razorhurst, a free downloadable print and play detective game that we loved, has made a new one, Razorhurst Blood Alley, that we will be playing on the channel soon. There's just a lot of options for you if you can't afford to buy one of these mystery games or just want to try a more artistic take. There are some amazing free downloadable games you can play, every bit as good as the published thing. Okay. I did want to show a couple of small games that I do want to get played soon on the channel. Let's just look at them for a second. First is an expansion for Mortem Medieval Detective, a fairly big expansion. In fact, if you'll remember, we played and I reviewed Mortem Medieval Detective. It's a card-based game. It comes with 3 cases. It's sort of narrative storytelling, but with cards making a map. Almost looks like Seventh Continent type thing. This set of cards looks bigger than the 3 cases that come in the box. I feel like we might have been a little hard on Mortem Medieval Detective. So I'm very keen to try this and take a fresh look at Mortem Medieval Detective, and especially looking at its mechanics for storytelling and the way actions as resources and the way it manages time. So I think we should try to play this soon. Then there's Detective, another one of these small card-based mystery games. Maybe one of the only ones I haven't played yet. And a couple people on my reviews of the Sherlock Files have pointed to Detective as a game I should check out. And one of the gimmicks here is you create this 3D scene, which I don't care for much, but the cards look interesting with lots of text, so I think we should try to play one of these soon. And then the last one is this one that I hadn't heard of before. I guess 7C is a known RPG, but this is an escape room type mystery narrative game. What caught my eye, I guess it's another one of these things you build it. There's some very intricate mechanical thing, but as I understand it, it's mostly puzzle solving, and this is sort of a key to puzzle solving, fairly high complexity. But what caught my eye here is the developers, the designers of this game. Somewhere it says that the designers of this game are the people who designed Escape Tales. If you remember, Escape Tales, these are the same game designers who made Children of Wormwoods, which was an epic, really, really well done puzzle narrative game that we played that was incredibly impressive and ambitious. So I'm curious to see what they've come up with there. All right. Well, since the chat has got nothing to add, let's talk about this game we're going to play today. There and Back Again is the name of the case. It doesn't have an author listed here, but the author is on Board Game Geek. This case was posted on Board Game Geek. There's a link to it in the description of this video, so you can go download this book yourself, the PDF of this book, and play it. The author's name is Jansen, at least that's the BGG username of Jansen. And what does he say about it? He says this is it's actually interesting. He's got a post on it. The case has been played by a bunch of people who have said good things about it. He has said that his desire was to make a very hard case. So I think we're in for a hard case and maybe a longer case than normal. It's possible it will take us multiple sessions to play, 2 sessions possibly if we don't finish it today. We'll see. But we should expect it to be hard. I think he said in his post he wasn't even sure if it's solvable. Given the feedback, I think he's probably it probably works better than he feared. Speaking as someone who's just finished writing a case for high and low, but of this genre, it's very hard to know where people are going to get stuck, what's going to work, how hard things are. So it's been fascinating getting some feedback for my case. I'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow if you want to get download links to my case for high and low. But anyway, so hard, long, and I want to remind you that when we play these fan-made cases, we try to be a little more gentle and a little more focused on constructive criticism. We're still going to be playing these games and looking for what works, what doesn't. But think of this more like a playtest where we're going to try to offer some constructive criticism. These games are incredibly hard to playtest and get feedback on. I now know, as someone who's written one. And so you don't get many shots at hearing how people worked through them, and even more rare to actually hear where people get stuck up. You only see the summary of the experience. So these are hard to make, and we're going to try to look at this through the lens of constructive feedback, and also what lessons can we learn when we're making these cases. Anything more to talk about? This would be a good candidate for a game for you to play on your own and come back and watch this video afterwards. So maybe after I read the introduction, if you feel like, hey, this is a case that I'd like to play on my own or with my group, feel free to leave and come back and watch this video after you play through it. You can get it for free. You will need the map, of course, for Mythos Tales. All right, shall we start? If you do like this content, I hope you will subscribe to the channel and give this video a thumbs up. All right, let's take a look at this very evocative art, which is very creepy. This is not done by the author. This is clearly, we're leaving the zone. We're leaving the age where you can look at this and say this was done by a real well-known painter. Your sort of intuition tells you this is of a high enough quality that it was done by a professional painter, I believe. That's my guess. But with all the AI art, another year, we're not going to be able to say that anymore. The AI art is getting so good that you won't be able to tell if you're looking at an original or a recreated one in someone else's style. Okay, there and back again. September 12th, 1929. Now, most of the cases we play for Mythos Tales have a printed sheet you can keep track of. I've just printed out one of the ones for a different case that we can use. Now, I know on Jansen's post announcing this, he said he wasn't sure about the time limit. So we don't know. It doesn't look like we have a hard and fast time limit. So maybe we'll start this on whatever day and see how it goes. And I know that there's no newspaper for this case. I also know that Jansen wrote a nice long post about how the process for writing the case. So if you're interested in writing cases, that might be something you want to look at, but maybe after you play it. I didn't want to read it beforehand. What have we got here? This is really creepy. It's like a bird watching these creatures attack a rabbit. Very weird. Okay. Let's read the introduction. A sunny Thursday morning, your breakfast coffee is disturbed by a soft rapping on the door. Telegram for you, sir. Unwrapping the envelope, you discover it's from Professor Armitage. Okay. 12 September. Out on travels, learned disturbing news. See Mr. Danning. Please investigate. We'll follow up on return. Okay, Armitage is out of town. He wants us to see a Mr. Danning. I don't know if we want to keep track somewhere of all the places we want to follow up on. Mr. Danning. Maybe we're going to visit that person automatically. Okay, what a peculiar message. Whatever disturbing news the professor has uncovered was important enough to get back to us even on his travels. We better do as he says and investigate right after breakfast, of course. As you sit down to finish your coffee, there's a second rapping on the door. You open the door and a voice blurts out hurriedly, "I've been sent here on urgent business. May I come in?" In the doorway stands a strapping young police constable with a harrowed look on his face. You motion him to sit down by the breakfast table and offer to pour a cup, which he declines by a quick shake of the head. The young man has barely started to beard. In fact, he looks no older than your nephew as he shifts uncomfortably in his chair, visibly disturbed by something. A few moments of thick, uncomfortable silence pass. "Tell me, young lad, do you fancy cricket?" you ask as you stuff your pipe. "Excuse me, sir?" "Well, I enjoy the odd game myself. When I was your age, I was a veritable natural. Could have gone on to play in the leagues even. I gave it up once I started a career in anthropology, though. Too much time spent reading, not enough out in the field. Do you play?" You light your pipe, and the young lad seems mesmerized by the smoke, edging its way towards the ceiling in a snake-like twirl. Quite the same, sir," he says slowly, almost in a drawl. "I played quite a lot in college, but that is some years off now." The constable's eyes follow the trails of smoke as his breathing resumes a normal pace. Shallow, hurried breaths turning into deeper, calmer ones. The pent-up tension from whatever horror he's experienced starts to leave his face. The muscles of the mouth and brow loosen as the color returns from the sickly ashen cheeks into a rich dark olive. "Actually, I might take you up on that coffee now, sir, if you don't mind." You hand him a freshly poured cup as he starts. "Sir, I must admit, last night I bared witness to probably the most gruesome scene I have ever encountered. I know that might not mean much. I'm a rookie and all, but I hail from, let's say, troubled neighborhood, so I've seen things, sir. And believe me, this was something else. I asked around and was told you are a master of occult mysteries. Whatever this thing is, it carries the mark of something deeply sinister. It's difficult for me to put it into words. I don't know where to start." "Well, why don't you start at the beginning? That always helps me whenever I'm confused." "Thank you, sir." After taking another deep breath, he continues. "I was wrapping up some paperwork at the station as I received a call to Bayfriars Church in East Arkham. So far, nothing out of the ordinary, another gang brawl, I figured. As I arrived at the scene, I could tell right away that something was amiss." He stares intently at his cup as if it contained the solution to his mystery. He says, "The first thing I noticed was the smell. It was quite particular, and it felt wrong, just wrong. Pungent, blood, metal, and something else. I couldn't quite place it. I still can't. But I know that whatever it was wrong. In any case, we found two bodies lying on two tables, naked, young, about my age, maybe younger. They were beautiful, sir, or I can tell they used to be. Not anymore, though. Someone had slaughtered them, sir, like animals. But despite the smell, there was next to no blood to be found. Someone cut open like that, they leave a mess. And there was next to no mess, sir. The candles, the smells, the way the bodies were left open for display like that, I knew I had to find someone like you, sir, and as soon as my shift was over, I did. An expression of shame and disgust travels across his face. I'm afraid I'm of little more use to you, sir. After I entered the room, I had to exit just as quickly to upheave myself. From what I saw, I had no desire to enter the room again. I stayed guard at the door until the end of my shift, and then I came straight here. The young policeman swallows. As you've probably understood, I'm not really here. Officially, I mean. I just want justice for those poor people, and whatever happened to them, I think we're in over our head. I overheard the chief investigator talking about love crimes. This wasn't no murder of passion, sir. They were young and beautiful. Once, sure, but this wasn't caused by any love triangle. I've heard my Nana talk about the customs of the old land, and this reeks of something old, sir. Something unnamed. And whatever it is, I wish you could help us find it. Constable stands to leave, then stops himself and turns to you. I'm afraid I can offer you little assistance once I walk out those doors, sir. After all, officially, I was never here. I wish you might help us sort this out, and if you choose to do so, I will be in your debt. Please bring whoever caused this to the justice they deserve. As the doors close, you ponder the words of the policeman and notice that he's barely touched the cup you gave him. A shame, a waste of damn good coffee, you muse to yourself as you head out the door. Okay, there's our introduction. Pretty gruesome. I should remind anyone who hasn't played Mythos Tales with us, it is an occult game. There is supernatural elements. Primarily H.P. Lovecraft, Cthulhu-type creatures, but not exclusively. All that we can normally expect is some sort of supernatural. Okay, and I am going to allow myself to write on this document. One of the pleasures of playing these print and plays is you can keep your notes on the documents. And we got two names to investigate. We got a Mr. Danning, and that was from Armitage, having nothing to do possibly with our current case. So Armitage has disturbing news, but that's unrelated, possibly unrelated to our case. Then our case, we only got one piece of information specifically related to our case, which was the location, right? He says Bay Friars Church in East Arkham. So two separate little cases, it seems like, that we might be involved with. Anything else? Do we know this cop's name? He says it's from the old world. Was there any other piece of information besides these two names that we would investigate? Don't look at that. They were just butchered. Okay. So I believe those are the only two specific places or people mentioned. But this might be a good time to look at our allies for this case to remind ourselves of what places we might go to in any case, because some of them might be relevant. For example, the police think it's some sort of love triangle, and then We've got some mention of old world folklore murders, could be. And then the autopsy. Why was there no blood? That might be a useful place to go. Let's check in with the chat. Jonathan Warner says, I did notice an address on the telegram for the telegram office. That's interesting. I didn't even pay any attention to that, but you're right. It's an address from where it was sent, from the U.S. Post Office. So that's, I guess you're right. We are in U.S. I forgot. 33 North Peabody Avenue. I don't know. Well, it's pretty rare that we get that kind of address. In Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you frequently get an address like this, and you can look it up by looking at all the 33s in each of the neighborhoods and finding which one is next to Peabody. In this case, however, we could quickly check. Doesn't seem like this is related to our case, but, well, there it is. U.S. Post Office D33. So it seems like maybe Jonathan was right that if we find D33, we're going to find that that's on Peabody. And it absolutely is. So for some reason, we had a reason to go to that post office. That's where it is, D33. But no reason yet to think that there's cause for us to go there. I'm just going to write here Bayfriar Church. Why don't we, in East Arkham, why don't we look that up? Bayfriar Church is F14. And let's look up Mr. Danning, just so we have these places. H. Danning, D73. Okay, so those are the two places we know we want to visit. And remember that with Mythos Tales, we get 3 leads we can visit for each day. The case starts out saying a sunny Thursday morning. So I guess we're going to start our case all the way down here. And we'll circle back around if we need to. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't know how many days this case is meant to take, and we're not told. So let's just start ourselves out here. All right. Well, an interesting setup. We'll come back to that and check it again. If this seems like an interesting case you might want to play yourself and not join me, this would be a good time to leave. For those of you who do want to play it with me, you could go download the PDF yourself to read along with me if you don't want to wait for me. But a reminder that if you do play along with us here, you shouldn't be reading stuff other than what we read together here. All right, well, let's go to our first lead here before we take a break. What do you think? Should we go to the church, the scene of the crime, or should we look at what Armitage wants us? I think we should probably do Armitage's first so we get a better idea of what his issue is and see if it's connected. Jonathan says, should we vote with a chat as for a soft deadline to help create some tension? Jonathan seems to be asking about a deadline for our case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, rather than vote, let me just use my judgment to give us a deadline of the end of this thing here. And it's actually not April, is from a different case. Let's just make sure we get here. September 12th. So let's just write down here that this is actually September 12th. And let's use this as our soft deadline, the end of this sheet here. Okay, and Anna agrees we should do Armitage's thing first. So we're going to see Mr. Danning, and we're going to do our normal thing where we keep track of places. So D73 is up here somewhere, right here. Okay, so we're heading all the way up here in the northeast of Arkham to talk to a Mr. Danning and find out what on earth is going on. Now, we don't have any markers to help us, but here we go. First lead. As you knock on the ornate doors of the Danning mansion, you feel almost dwarfed by the giant portal towering over you. After a short wait, the door opens barely enough for you to catch a glimpse of a spindly old woman peering through the crack as she asks you to state your business. After listening intently to your story, not sure what story we're giving her, she brings you into a large hall with gold-plated furniture, adorned with lavish drapings and ornamentary. Madame, they're here about Miss Master Danning. A woman, even older and frailer than the maid, looks up from a dark wood chair carved with figures of animals. Oh, you carry news, I hope. News, madam? Yes, about Henry. He's gone missing, haven't you heard? Is that not why you're here? You note that the Lady Danning is clutching a frayed silk handkerchief, and despite the red of her wrinkled eyes, she carries herself with the quiet dignity of someone who spent a lifetime living in extraordinary wealth. No, madam, I'm afraid I carry no news. Would you care to elaborate on the events leading up to the disappearance? Oh, there's not much to tell, really. My Henry was supposed to travel in the morning on business. There's nothing odd about that. The odd thing is, he disappeared already last night, and he left his bags behind. This is completely unlike Henry. He never goes off without giving notice. No, I'm certain he didn't leave this house of his own accord. Would you mind retelling the exact course of events? How did the lady and Mr. Danning spend the evening? Oh, like every Wednesday, we spent the evening among friends. We're both quite fond of the company of others, and this night was no exception. We had our regular supper in the grand dining room, after which the ladies gathered for tea and the gentlemen had their cigars. When the time came round to say our farewell to our dear friends, Henry was nowhere to be found. I didn't notice until after they had left. I had Mary search the premises and call for him, but he was just gone. Oh, Lord, where could he be? Do you recall what time this was? Yes, this was around 11. I remember it clearly, since the clock in the grand hall struck as we were concluding our fare-thee-wells. And at what time did you retire for tea? Oh, it must have been no later than 9 in the evening. Anything else that you can recall, madam? No, not really. Our dear Mary can supply you with the list of our guests, if that could be of any assistance. It's the same list we had prepared for the police. I'm sure it will be, madam. Do you mind if I have a look at the master's study? Any little detail might help. She waves her free hand dismissively, as the other wipes a solitary tear. Of course, Mary will show you the way. You bow and follow the maid up the stairs into a small room occupied mostly by an enormous mahogany desk. As Mrs. Danning had mentioned, there are 2 packed suitcases just inside the door. You fail to find anything conspicuous about them, just Travel clothes, a suit, toiletry items, impeccably folded and neatly organized. Nothing out of order for a few days' trip. Examining the desk, you find little of interest. A gold pen, paper, stationery, a checking book, and a small wooden statuette of a naked man with a grotesquely deformed lower lip. The stationery has a pre-printed address in the top right corner, 18 Jenkins Street. You examine the statuette, but find that it's only just that, a carved piece of wood, crudely but deliberately crafted. As you turn to leave, you're startled by a voice right behind you. "Here's a list of guests, sir." The maid stands inches from you holding a piece of paper. The same maid who up until now has made no sound since you entered the room. How long had she been standing there? Okay, and she's given us a list of the guests. Mr. Dannon, Mr. and Mrs. Putney, Mrs. Chapman, and Mr. and Mrs. Butler. Okay. This way, sir." She guides you to the door, and as she turns to grab the handle, she pauses for a moment and eyes you intently. "If you don't mind me saying, sir, sir seems like an honest and straightforward man. Would that be a correct assessment?" You nod cautiously, wondering where this is going. Well, sir, the lady refers to the guests as their friends. To be frank, sir, I would not go that far. See, the Master and Lady Danning are rather influential social figures. Whoever gets invited to one of their evenings are not, how do I put this, in a position to decline the invitation. It could disrupt their reputation among the nobility. You can't help but raise an inquisitive eyebrow. The maid notices and continues. Of course, the master and lady would never put anyone in a difficult position knowingly, of course. That is not at all what I'm saying. I just mean that, these guests might not be as much of their friends as the good lady thinks, and as such might not have their best interests at heart. I do wish that sir would take that into account if meeting with them. I'll keep it under consideration, miss. Oh, and being a man of impeccable candor, sir will, of course, have the good taste to not carry this conversation further. Of course not, miss. Okay, so let's collect the information that we can here. So we've got our new guest list. Mr. Dannon. Dannon, is that a D? Mr. and Mrs. Putney. Mrs. Chapman. And Mr. and Mrs. Butler. This is our guest list for the Dannings. And she says, okay, they're not necessarily friends. And then the other piece of information, let me just mark on here that we've gone here. D73. This is the Danning house. Henry is the guy's first name. So what did we get here? A couple of interesting things. This weird statuette. A weird statuette carved. It's a naked man with a deformed lower lip. What's that about? Nothing else of note. We got an address on the stationery. Is that the address of the house we're in right now? 18 Jenkins Street. Doesn't sound like it. So why is this address on the stationery here? We're not at 18 Jenkins Street. We're on D73. We're on Derby Street. Here. Or Federal Street. So what is 18 Jenkins Street? Okay, and then we've got our guest list. Just making notes of things we want to follow up on. And then, let me just hide this. What other information do we get here? Timeline information we got. So she says, every Wednesday we hung out among friends. So today we started on Thursday, right? So they're saying the night before, which was Wednesday, last night, she says, friends come round. Okay. They all say goodbye. And at this time, when they say goodbye, he's missing. So he's missing by 11 p.m. Okay. Maybe we'll just mark this. Okay, he's missing by 11. But then we ask, what time did you retire for tea? Now, is this the last time he's seen? We had a regular supper. The ladies gathered for tea. The gentlemen had their cigars. So I think what we've got here is when he was last seen. Like at this time, at 9 and 11 p.m. is certain. At 9, he's been seen. Okay, so as far as this woman knows, she last saw him at 9. But presumably he was with the other men somewhere between 9 and 11. So the men might have a tighter timeline. And then where was he going? He was set to go when? Where and when? He was supposed to travel in the morning. All right, so Henry Denning supposed to travel Thursday morning, and he's all packed. Is he going to be one of the bodies on that table and he's sort of aged backwards to youth? Okay. Let us do our normal thing. Did I write down the names of the people? Yes. Okay, so let's look up these people and let's add to our list here 18 Jenkins Street. How are we going to find out? Well, do we have on the map where Jenkins Street is? Let's look up our 18s. We've got a D17, D21. Okay, so here's D18. That's not on Jenkins Street. How about E? E18 is here on Noyes Street and Wheatley, so it's not there. How about N18, Jenkins Street? Okay, so here's our N18 is on 18 Jenkins Street is going to be N18. So does he have a second home there? That's going to be interesting. And does Jenkins, let's just make sure Jenkins Street doesn't follow down here somewhere. It doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's hook up these places so we don't forget. We've got a Mr. Dannon. Especially the men, they might give us a better timeline. So Danning is who we just visited. Okay, chat wants my attention. Let's see. DJ Moneycut says it's a G for Gannon, not a D for Dannon. Okay, you might be right. I wondered whether we could see whether that is. Maybe Jenkins is the address of a business he runs. That makes sense. Jonathan says the names was a Gannon started with G. Okay, so let's look up our Gannon here. Okay, there's a Gannon P. Probably our guy. So that's E14. Sometimes it helps to have this kind of a list and fill these in as soon as we get them to help us not forget to visit someone. Okay, Putney. I suppose it also helps because if you get an address that's near someone. Okay, Putney is L22. Chapman. Chapman looks like F41. And Butler here is L25. All right. So this case has nothing so far that we can see to do with the case of the guy who we started with. Learned disturbing news. Okay, so the only thing Armitage tells us, he's learned some disturbing news, like maybe he's learned this guy's disappeared and he wants us to look into it. But it feels like we should maybe investigate both cases simultaneously until we can at some point determine which one is more time sensitive or if they converge. So I'm inclined to go, now that we've gotten a bit of the outlines of this, to maybe go to the scene of the crime at Bayfriar Church. Although I am very interested in going to where that stationery is to see if that guy has a place. You could argue that a missing persons is more time sensitive than dead bodies. But we have no sign that something's happened to him. So I think maybe we split it. Let's go to the church, the scene of the crime, and then maybe our missing person has higher priority than our dead people, right? Missing person could get killed if we're not careful, could still be alive. Dead bodies aren't going anywhere. Well, why don't we take our first break a little early? A very good setup for a case. I'm interested in both mysteries and curious to see if they'll converge. So we'll take a break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. One thing I'd like us to try to be a little bit aware of in the back of our heads as we play this case is how we utilize the allies, the friends that we have here in the book. Because it's one of the issues I'm still struggling to think about the best way to utilize in high and low. And so I'm sort of a little more aware now of when we go to them and on what basis and what we hope to get from them. Okay. So we were thinking now, this is our A case that Armitage wanted us to work on, and this is our B case with our dead bodies. So let's go to Bayfriar Church at F14 and see what we can find. Maybe I'll use red for F14 cases, for the B cases. We're told it was in East Arkham, but yes, I guess this is East Arkham, F14. 16, 13, 14. Okay. F14. Where's my things? I have some things I use to keep this locked in. Okay, F14. On your approach to the abandoned church, you find no police stationed at the door. Quietly inching the door open, the location appears to be empty. The police must have concluded their investigation. As light hits the room and your eyes begin to adjust, you start to make out remnants of burnt-out candles that form an almost complete circle around two tables in the middle of the room. There is a faint, odd smell in the air. Blood, yes, but also something more, something unplaceable. You can see why the candles were needed, as the windows have been completely covered by heavy cloths. No light enters the room from outside other than through the door you left open behind you. Okay, so another mention of the smell and candles in a circle, clearly some sort of ritual. On each table, two legs have been cut so that they slope downwards near the far end. The dried blood on the tables form an almost eerie shape of a human flowing towards the lower end of each table. The traces of blood stop there, though. There's almost none to be found on the floor except for a faint outline of a circle of blood at the foot of each table. Other than that, the room is spotless and rather empty. Someone drained these people of blood. Okay, so they're on tables. The legs have been cut so the tables lean down and the blood drains out of the people to something. There's a circle of blood at the foot of each table. So was it draining into a bucket? Is that what we're meant to understand? Someone drained these people of blood. And quite meticulously, you mutter. What were they trying to achieve, though, you ask yourself. Searching the adjacent rooms, you find nothing but dust, and the empty, quiet hallways offer no answer to your questions. So let me note that we've now run out of the leads related to our bodies. Like, that's it. Everything else in our case is about the missing person. Let me just mark down here that we went F14, the old abandoned church. The other bit of clue there, if we wanted to write down, so F14 was the church. The blood was drained in a bucket, maybe? We've got candles in a circle, which seems to suggest maybe a ritual. He says it's also dark in there, so maybe they just needed the candles to see. The windows were covered, maybe just to cover that they're doing some ritual in there, or maybe for some other reason. And then we had the weird smell. Any other clues I'm missing? And it says we could still go to the coroner for more information about our bodies. That's true. Well, I mean, I'm inclined to put our missing person at higher priority. It's the case that Armitage is more concerned with. It's a case of a person who could still be alive and in danger. So I think we should follow up on our missing persons, and maybe it'll circle back around to the same case. So I think my preference, rather than going to coroner, would be to pursue our guests at the Henry Danning house, specifically the men who he might have been smoking cigars with, but so we can get a better timeline, and also this place where he's got stationery. He could even be hiding there. So I think I'd like to go at N18 first. Maybe we'll find him hiding from his wife there, for all we know. Okay, so N18. Okay, before we go there, let's mark it. This is our blue. Let me just put a blue here and a red here so I remember. Okay. N18. Right there. Okay. Let's read our N18. You make your way through the empty office building and find a door labeled H. Danning. This must be the place, you mutter to yourself as you inch open the squeaking door. It opens up to reveal a small office with walls covered in exotic art. A massive mahogany table covers the far end of the room. On the table is a huge mess. Behind the table is a photograph of two young white men in explorers' outfits standing among a tribe of dark-skinned men. They're all sporting large spears, and one of the two explorers is wearing an impressive grin. Mr. Danning, I presume, you snicker. Turning your attention to the impressive table, the scattering of papers and junk offer little information. In one of the drawers, there's a brass key with a carton tag attached, which you can just make out the word Fanny's in faded ink. As you reach to grab the key, a man in a suit enters the room. Oi, who are you? Now we've got a choice. If you attempt to steal the key, continue to supplemental encounters and read entry 8. If you interview the man without stealing the key, continue to supplemental encounters and read entry 5. Independently of what choice you make, you may not return again to this location. So in other words, I think it's just meaning that we can't make a different choice here. So, okay, so we've got a key with Fanny's. Let's just make a note here. This is N18, which is the office of Danning. Okay, so Fanny's brass key. Well, what do you think? I guess we're going to have a vote here. A man in a suit enters the room. Who are you? I mean, he's looking right at us. Seems like we may have a hard time stealing this key. On the other hand, I'm not sure what interviewing this guy is going to give us. It sounds like he might be a little armed guard or someone else in the office. So I think I'm inclined to try to steal the key just because if we try to steal the key, I think we may not get to interview him. I just don't feel like he's going to be that useful for us to interview. So we might as well try, I think. Let's see. All right. So vote steal or vote interview. Let's see what the chat says. Where is my... I've got to do a better job of getting this chat up so I can see it. Okay. Jonathan says to steal it. Perry says interview. Anna says interview. Moneycut says interview. Looks like we're going to be interviewed. Oh, Isara says steal it. So we're 2 versus 3. This would be a good time if you're lurking in the back of this channel and you haven't talked and you don't talk. You can still get on and vote. Nothing wrong with that. I've made my pitch for why I think we should try to steal it. Seems like a key could be very useful to us. And an interview might not be. But I am not convinced we're going to get this key. But I'll go with what the channel votes. I'll go with the majority. I mean, I'll add my vote in. So it really is 3-3 now. Once you add my vote. So it wouldn't hurt to have a tiebreaker here. I could see the case either way. I mean, he is looking right at us. I think we are going to have a hard time stealing this key. And maybe we've already got the information that's useful. Jonathan says, time to break out the Penny Dreadful bot. I wonder if we shouldn't have like a little tie-breaking flip of the coin or something. Anyone else in the chat want to offer up a vote or change your vote? I say it's 3-3 because I'm counting my vote for steal, and I don't have a good way to add my vote to this system. Really? There's no one else? YouTube says 12 concurrent viewers, and we've only got 5 voters. This is your chance. Just type vote steal or vote interview. Feels like this could be an important decision. We're just going to wait till the 4-minute mark, though. 30 more seconds. Normally, I don't wait this long, but I feel like this is worth it. All right, that's it. We have no, we're at a deadlock of vote. All right, it seems to me that I should get a little extra vote since that I've coded the voting tool and I'm here in front of it. So we're going to try to steal this key is what we're going to do. All right, if you attempt to steal the key, read entry 8 in the supplemental. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to try to steal it. I think the other reason to steal it is we know where it goes. So like, we might be able to use it if we can actually get it. All right, here we go. You pretend to fumble with your pockets. Oh, hang on, I have it right here. Here it is. You hand the man your business card. The man looks at you confused and then at the card. While he's reading it, you silently pocket the key from the drawer. He looks at you again, even more confused. Wait, but so who are you? Take requirement card 5, then continue to read supplementary encounter 5. So it feels, wasn't 5 what we were to do if we just interviewed him? Is that right? So I'm going to circle that we have 5 instead of taking card 5. Remember that Mythos Tales does come with these cards that you can use. I guess I'll take 5. So am I right that 5 was where we would have gone if we went to interview him? Is that right? So now we're supposed to go to 5. So at N18, I mean, because if that's true, yep. So if we didn't try to take the key, we would just go right to 5. So I've got us the key, and we still get the interview. That's why they pay me the big bucks on this channel, to make those clutch decisions and to risk it all. Risk looking bad the way I frequently do when we play the puzzle games. I come off looking bad, but today I'm coming off looking smart. All right, here we go. We're going to get to interview him anyway. I'm here investigating the disappearance of Mr. Henry Danning. Any way which you could cooperate would be of great service. So you're a police officer. Well, not quite. Just helping with the investigation. Again, any cooperation would be very welcome and rewarded. The man seems to loosen up. Rewarded how? Well, first of all, who are you and what's your relation to Mr. Danning? Oh, I work here, see? Mr. Danning and I manufacture and supervise the products together. Oh? Well, Mr. Danning produces the recipes and we manufacture the product together. Okay, is that so, we say? I produce the first installment of the product, then Mr. Danning personally adds the secret ingredient, as he calls it. But other than that, we manufacture the product together. Look, did you say something about a reward or not? And then it says, take requirement card 3. What secret ingredient? This seems very suspicious. And take requirement card 3. Okay, so we also got 3. So it sounds like requirement 3 is the knowledge about the secret ingredient, secret recipes. I'm going to give us card 3 here. But they make it together. He adds the secret ingredient. It's not going to be as simple as blood. Remember, there was the strange smell, as if like they're feeding the blood to some creature and then they're getting the secret ingredient from the creature or something. Is there a way for us to know what store that is, what office that is at 18? Is it some food place? Do we have factories or something? Private companies. So look at what N18 is here. It's listed as the Tower Professional Building. So I guess it's just a building full of offices, I guess. And we've just stumbled on one of them, I think. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't mind knowing more about what they produce. It's something that needs a recipe. Okay, so if we go back, though, to our list here, we want to add to this something regarding fannies and our brass key. So what is fannies? Can we identify some sort of place where that key might be used? There's no fannies in the directories, no words starting with fannies. Might there be some other store or a person whose first name is Fanny? A restaurant. Where is his key for? So one thing that people sometimes do when playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective is they have a digital version of the directories and they can search on it. And I'm inclined to not want to do that. So if you have a digital version of this directory, I don't think you should be searching for it. Maybe if you got to the end of the case and you were really desperate, it would be okay. But I think you should probably avoid it avoid doing it as a first action. Part of the challenge of these games is that some things are too difficult to manually look through. And if you search, that's kind of cheating. It was Fanny's though, right? I mean, you could be looking for someone with a first name. Most of the entries in this directory just have their initial. That's interesting. That's one of the questions I was asking when I was making the directories for high and low, is what proportion should have just initials. Looks like they went very high in that for Mythos Tales. Okay, and it says let's table that issue of Fanny's and visit another place. Okay, so it's the next day. Let's start talking to the guests. Mr. Gannon, E14. Let's try him. Okay. So in the morning, we're stalking at our next guest, Mr. Gannon. And he is at E14. Let's make a little mark where we're going. Okay. I know it's hard to see these. It doesn't really matter though. Okay, E14. Let's see if we can get our timeline a little bit better here. Why, yes, I partook in the supper of the Dannings. Quite a lovely evening it was. Henry's disappearance, I'm quite sure he'll turn up. We have done far worse than that in our days. The old man scoffs, bemused, as he seems to recall a particularly fond memory. I know Henry from our travels together, see? From the fields of the Congos to the mountains of the South Americas, we've seen quite a lot together, we have. And we've experienced quite a lot, we have as well, haha. Now, we had no special purpose with our travels, mind you, but Henry always seemed particularly eager to get to know the locals and their ways. We made a note of always participating in their local customs, as it were. And let it be known that neither me nor Henry considered ourselves too noble to partake of the local recreations, if you catch my drift. Let me tell you this, sir, out in the wild world there are quite the collection of delights, both of the flesh and of the mind, if you understand me. Henry did end up finding himself a fine woman and settled down, and trust me, Mrs. Danning, a fine woman she was. Yes, quite. But it's not improbable that once one catches a taste of those delights, they're hard to turn down. No, I'm not worried about Henry. If it's anything you should investigate, it's timid old Miss Stafford. Walked right off from the feast of the week 4, and still haven't turned up, huh? What's this about? Walked right off from the feast of the week before? No, I'm not worried about good old Henry. I'm sure he's just out tending to an old flame before he flickers out, so to speak. And as we all will someday, he's probably just having a bawling time over at the speakeasy, and we'll be back again come morning with a hangover to die for, Okay, that was an interesting scene. So we've met the guy who travels with him, maybe the guy that was in that photo, and he's got this weird thing about how they've dined with the locals and partaken in local recreations. What is this about? What are these local recreations? He's like, if you catch my drift, And I don't think we catch his drift fully. He says he married well with Mrs. Danning, but maybe he's out sleeping with a local? Is that what we're meant to believe? That he's customs, huh? Participating in their welcome customs, but maybe he's talking about some occult ritual stuff. Voodoo. Maybe that's one word to sum it all up. Is this about some voodoo thing that they've participated in? So he thinks we should check the speakeasy, and then he's mentioned Mrs. Stafford. So Mrs. Stafford, another missing person? We don't know if it's male and female bodies found on that that table. It would be interesting if that's what it was. And then he says we should check a speakeasy, but we don't think that's it. So, but he could have gone there. If that's where this guy thinks that he might have gone to, he might have gone there, but when would he have gone? Any thoughts in the channel? John says, I read it as saying a Miss Stafford has been missing a week since the last get-together. Yes, that's how, I think that's how I read it too. She's been missing for a week. Is she going to be one of the bodies? I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, this guy says it's no big deal, but he has not, he did not help us with our timeline. I am curious about Miss Stafford, though. But I think we should continue visiting the guest. Let's try another guest. Let's try Mr. and Mrs. Putney. We'll go down the list. L22. L22. Where is L? All the way down here. $23, $21. Almost feels like it's a bug. L22. I'm just gonna put it right here somewhere. Feels like it should be right around here. All right, let's try the Putneys, man and woman. Maybe they've got a more balanced theory. Okay. Who? What? Yes, of course we were there. Terrible to hear of this, disappearance, Miss Putney mutters. You don't believe he disappeared? Why, yes. What? Huh? I have no opinion, nor insight into the matter. I know very little of the affairs of the Dannings. I was just delighted to be invited, even though it turned into an unfortunate affair in the end. I know absolutely nothing of what might have transpired, though. What about your husband? Might he enlighten us a little? My husband, I'm afraid he's turned quite, taken since the soiree at the Dannings. I don't feel too well myself. Honestly, I had no idea that those evenings were so prone to the drink. And to be perfectly honest, I wasn't too fond of the wine myself. Even though I'm most grateful to have been privy to such an exclusive offering, a special import from the Africas. Can you imagine? Most grateful, yes, but it was still definitely not to my taste. The color quickly leaves her face. Please don't tell Mrs. Danning I said that. All right, so what are they? Are they drinking some African blood wine? L22, this is the Putneys. Just making a note that they drank African wine. Is that the secret ingredient that he's importing in? And her husband is sick. Okay, let me mark down that we've been to L22. Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense that we should keep visiting these. We've got 2 more guests to cross off our list. Let's check out our speakeasies and make sure none of them are named Fanny. Fanny's speakeasy or something. I'm still very keen on finding Fanny's. Restaurants, or maybe a supplier for chemicals or store. Clubs. Hmm. What about, do we have an ally named Fanny? I'm trying to remember. So there is a speakeasy. It might make sense for us to check there. We don't have an ally named Fanny. So I'm going to add to our speakeasy where they think he might be. Now, the speakeasy is a secret gathering place, so that might be more reason to want to go there sooner rather than later if one of our guys thinks that our missing person may have gone there. What do you think? Should we go to the speakeasy or continue checking with the guests? Perry says, let's visit the occult speakeasy. Jonathan says, is there a distillery, perhaps, that might be Fanny's? A distillery, huh? There's stores. Drugstores. Medical. There's no listing for distillery. Warehouses. All right, let's go to the speakeasy. So we're going to one of our ally places. Well, I'm going to one of our ally places because I think it makes sense that we could get a lead onto this Fanny's place. And someone has mentioned that this might be the place he goes. So let's try there. N4. So we're going there in the evening, Friday evening, N4. Okay. Let's mark it on our map. in the same neighborhood where his office is. And 4 right down there. Okay. A drink, sir? No? Murders? I don't know anything about that. Henry Danning? I don't know of any customer of that name, and I'm here every night of the week. That's it. Okay? So they don't know him. So that guy was wrong about him going here, or they're lying about it. All right, I guess we're back to guest. I'm a bit iffy on the time span of the case. I think some take place before Prohibition. Maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. Okay, it's the next morning. We're now into Saturday morning, so we're going to pay a trip to our next guest, F41, Mrs. Chapman. F41. Now, Mrs. Chapman lives across the street from the church where the bodies were found. Keep that in mind. Mrs. Chapman, I'm sorry, sir, she's indisposed at the moment. The pretty young chambermaid manages to poorly stifle a smile as she bars the doorway of the modest building. Yes, sir, I do understand that your matter is quite urgent, but the lady of the house is not in a position to receive guests at the moment. The chambermaid throws a nervous glance over her shoulder, and her eyes twinkle with delight as she whispers, She's in a right different position over her bedpan. Her face lights up as she giggles at her own wit. She goes on, Oh, damn that African wine. The maid performs an eerily accurate imitation of the groaning old woman. Curse those negroid grapes. Erg, they're as foul coming up as they were going down. Erg. The mock moans make way to an eruption of uncontrollable giggles. Didn't seem very professional. Oi! That's all this, then. A hand deftly grabs the young chambermaid by the ear and yanks her out of the doorway. A stern, significantly older woman dressed in all black appears in her stead. The lady will not be receiving visitors today. Please return at another occasion, sir. The door slams shut, and you can hear the muffled sounds of searing scolding. No, you listen here, you, over the infectious melody of unbridled laughter. Ah, to be young, you scoff as you head out into the streets of Arkham. Okay, so more signs that they're all a little bit sick from this wine. I wonder if the recipe is wine. Okay. So everyone who came to their house for dinner seems to be, I mean, they're not like dead, but they're a little bit sick from this African wine. Okay. One more guest, might as well finish it off. L25. This is our guest and our guest. Okay, L25. Where is that? Doesn't really explain our guy, though. L25. Okay, so We were just here at L22 visiting the Putneys, and now here we are at the Butlers right across the street. You find the Butlers enjoying a cup of tea in their patio. These two are fine. They motion for you to join them. Yeah, we were at Henry's the other night. That's quite right. Anything off about the evening? No, not really. What's that, dear? Oh, yes, maybe the dinner itself didn't quite hold up to its usual standards, but not much else. Everyone was in high spirits, especially Henry. Oh, he did retire a bit early, said he wasn't feeling well, but neither was any of us afterwards, so that's not really strange. It happens. Maybe something had gone bad with the food. Or maybe we went overboard with the drink. That happens as well. The elderly gentleman snickers. Me and Henry? Well, we started our business together in 1899, right after I'd finished college, and he'd returned from a travel through the Amazons, I think. Always the restless soul, that one. Anyway, I handle the administration and marketing while he creates the products, and he does it well. The reason our business is booming is the quality of our product. You've probably seen us advertise our miracle ointments that promises to smoothen even the toughest of skins. Unlike our competitors who sell purely snake oil, our product actually does. Okay, so some sort of miracle youth ointment using some secret ingredients from Africa. Okay. Oh, this looks interesting. Oh, Miss Fanny's down on Church Street? You haven't heard of it? Henry was quite adamant. Having a woman's name in the store is sure to boost sales. And well, he wasn't wrong. Listen, I'll let you in on a secret. To the brilliance of Henry. Even though we've been in business together for 30 years, I couldn't tell you how our product works. It's all way over my head. I can only tell you that it does. Mr. Butler takes a slow drag on his pipe, and I can tell you Henry's a genius. I do hope that hasn't gotten him into any trouble. You leave Mr. Butler with a troubled look on his face as you thank them for the tea and excuse yourself. Okay, so I'm starting to flesh out what's happening here. He's selling some miracle ointment, youth ointment, that smooths your skin. And he's got maybe some secret ingredients. Some wine from Africa. This guy is not troubled by it. And we learned, though, about Miss Fanny's down on Church Street. Okay, and this is the Butlers. And they are in business. Mr. Butler in business with our guy. Okay, and then, so now we're told Fanny's on Church Street, huh? He says, having a woman's name in the store. So, is it an ointment, medical chemist or something? Let's take a look at this again now. On Church Street. So, actually, before we do this, let's find, where is Church Street? Let's get some idea. Okay, so here's East Church Street and West Church Street. Okay. So MCFR, MCRF are the neighbors. MCR and F. MCR and F would be the neighborhoods on Church Street. Is it a chemist of some sort? And is it even in the directory? He's adamant that a woman's name be in it, in the title. there it is. There it is. Miss Fanny's Beauty Parlor. M32. This is why if you had searched for it digitally, you would have found this right away. It wouldn't have been so fun. It was more fun for us to have a hard time finding it, but then find it. Okay, M32. Well, that's very interesting now. Let's check in with the chat. Isara found it, M32. That's right, we just found it here. Fanny's Beauty Parlor. Secret ingredient, blood harvested during a ritual. I guess his fate overtook our guy. Good riddance, I'd say. I mean, the dead bodies are not of an old man, so you'd have to have some other reason for why this guy is missing. But we've got the key to Fanny's, so that is very exciting that we're going to go there to her beauty parlor, and maybe we can find some secret ingredient. But is it going to be blood harvested from young people? Does seem like it might very well be. So maybe our guy was harvesting the blood of some young people and got caught by someone and killed or disappeared. But it does feel like maybe our cases now, we have a theory for how they work together. All right, shall we try to go to Fanny's now and see if we can use that brass key? The only other option is to check out Stafford. If you look at the places we have left, we've got Fanny's at M32, and then we've got Mrs. Stafford. We haven't looked up yet. Let's just see. Remember, she's the person that they just mentioned has been missing for a while. Stafford U56. I'm just going to add this here. U56. So those are the two good candidate places. All right, clearly we should go to Fanny's. M32. This is exciting now. M32. Should be along Church Street. Right there. Okay, here we go. And it says, I mean, this power or God or something took our guy. Maybe after he was using his power for so long, something went wrong at the last ritual. So I'm not feeling sorry for him. Yeah, maybe. Okay, here we go. What time is it during the day here? It's evening. Is that right? Yes. Saturday evening, M32. Fanny's. I can't wait till we use this key. Remember, you guys didn't want to try to take the key. Let's see if that key is important. You're greeted at Miss Fanny's by a cheery woman in her 30s in a white robe with accompanying apothecary's apron. Welcome, sir. What can I help you with today? May I interest you in our 5-year cream? It's guaranteed to shave years off the skin. Your missus will love it, or your money back. Guaranteed. As you open your mouth to answer, the clerk continues with her spiel. Guess my age, sir. No, don't protest. You don't need to tell me. Just do it in your head. Have a number in your head? Good. Now, this was my first job when I turned 18, sir. I've been here since the store opened, and that was 30 years ago to this day. Does that match the number in your head? I didn't think so. She cracks a seductive smile. Our product works, sir. Quite amazingly so, actually. With the sales pitch finally over, you can edge a word in. I'm sorry, miss. I'm here in another matter altogether. The clerk's mood changes as you state your business, and gone is the cheery demeanor, replaced by a solemn professional tone. I don't know anything about any disappearance, sir. I did see Mr. Danning on occasion, but he kept to his office, working on his products, I suppose. She motions to a door at the back of the store. Might I have a look? Might be something in there could help us locate him. I'm afraid I can't let you do that without the express permission of Mr. Danning, sir. I know he's currently missing, sir, but those are still our express instructions from Mr. Danning himself, and quite frankly, I wouldn't even be able to. I don't have a key. To my knowledge, none of the employees do. You thank the clerk for her help and leave the store. You continue up the street, then turn around the back alley. As you suspected, in the alley behind the store, there's a back door that appears to lead into the back office of Miss Fanny's. You examine the door. There's a small window at the top, far too small to ease through. The door itself looks rather old and decrepit. If you want to attempt to enter the back office using requirement card 5, continue to the supplemental encounters. Or if you want to attempt to break through the door, continue to supplemental encounters and read 12. Okay, well, surely we're going to use our key, which we have, to get in through 11. But it's notable that we could have tried to break in here if we didn't have the key. All right, so we're going to use our card 5 and we're going to go to 11. Supplemental 11. That's how Mythos Tales works. They have these supplemental encounters that are separate when it's not at a location. You decide to try the key from Mr. Danning's office in the lock. It takes a bit of fiddling, but eventually the key turns with a satisfying click. The small room appears to be a laboratory of sorts, decorated in a decidedly exotic theme. Statues and paintings of animals and indigenous people line the walls and tables. Along the walls are contraptions of vials, burners, syringes, and other apparel that you can't identify other than it looks all very scientific. In the middle of the room on a table lies a small wooden case of an expensive make. You open it to find a syringe and a vial with a liquid inside, comfortably cushioned by a red silk draping. The vial is labeled with a piece of tape that reads curare. You study the vial as you hear a knock on the door, facing the store. Mr. Danning, is that you? Hello? Look, if you're not Mr. Danning, I'm letting you know right now I will be alerting the police. You pocket the vial and hurry out the back door from which you came. Take requirement card 4. So we've got the curare. What is curare? I've heard that term, that chemical before in some mysteries. Is it a poison? Is it what is curare? I know we've heard of it before. It's a poison, says DJ Moneycut. It's in a very expensive case. Oh, that's what he's using to kill the victims. That's what they're using to kill the young victims. It's probably like a paralysis as well, right? I think it might paralyze the body as well. I think that might be what they're using to kill the people that they're draining blood from. Okay. This is starting to come together a bit. Who can tell us a little bit more about curare? I mean, I could look it up here. The internet says it's a relaxant. Yeah, so this is, the pieces are coming together here, that curare is what he's using to kill the victims that he's draining of blood. And then the blood is being used in the ointment to make people young again. Makes sense. These are the days before stem cell research. Okay. Let us take our next break. We're almost out of our list of candidate leads. It may be time to start going to the morgue and the police and seeing if we can catch additional leads. And it might be interesting to theorize where you think he's gone to. Has he been killed? Is there some extra, is it just blood he's putting in this stuff, or is there some extra step of the ritual that he's gotten himself into trouble? We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're playing Mythos Tales, a fan-made case called There and Back Again. Maybe the title gives us some clue to what's happening here. But it seems like we've settled on a basic outline of a theory that Mr. Danning is paralyzing people with curare, a South African paralysis agent used on arrow tips to hunt in Africa. He's using it to paralyze young people who he's then draining of blood and using that as his secret ingredient in his youth medicine. If we take a look at Wikipedia on curare, it says it's a common name for various alkaloid arrow poisons originating from plant extracts used as a paralyzing agent by indigenous peoples in Central and South America for hunting and therapeutic purposes. Curare only becomes active when it contaminates a wound or is introduced directly into the bloodstream. It's not active when ingested orally. How strange. So you could drink it and it wouldn't have that effect on you. It wouldn't knock you out. It has to get into the bloodstream through a wound. That's so strange. Weakness of muscles, death by asphyxiation and paralysis, if it affected you. Boiling the bark of dozens of plant sources, heavy paste, used in medicines, treatment for tetanus and strychnine as a paralyzing agent for surgical procedures. So one question is, remember we got this smell where the bodies were, and I was wondering, does it have a strong exotic smell? Mainly used for hunting, shot by arrows, darts dipped in curare. Popularity as a paralyzing prey. Monopolies of curare production, symbol of wealth. I'm not sure that we think that this is the source of the smell, though. Chat says, Lauren has an interesting idea. A deal expired 30 years. That's because this woman just told us that I've been here since the store opened. That was 30 years ago to this day. That is interesting that it's 30 years ago to this day. That's a very interesting observation. Just going to mark that 30 years ago to this day. I asked in the chat, does it have a strong, strange smell? Anna says it's got a tarry odor. John says, went to the library, maybe it would give us this info. Anna says, in the film Sherlock Holmes and the Game of Shadows, Holmes identifies the poison on a dart that had instantly paralyzed the victim by sniffing it. So Sherlock Holmes could smell the odor. Let's just see. Curare odor. Let me see if I search for curare odor. What do we get? Sticky with an aromatic tarry odor. What is a tarry odor? Sherlock Holmes and curare. This is the part that Anna was saying. In the film, it's a film. Identifying it by smell is pure fiction in the form of an extract made from the root of a certain species of climbing vine. Stories of lethal brews. Sir Walter Raleigh, who took a sample back to Europe, where it was given the name curare. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm not sure. It doesn't sound like it's got such a strong odor that it's the likely smell we're smelling. I think maybe there's a step in this ritual with the blood that involves a creature, an occult creature. That maybe we're missing. Jonathan says we could try the botany or the biology department to get more information on it. Okay. I'm going to suggest that we go to our person who's been missing for a week. Whoops. Before we continue, since it's the last lead I have on this list, Miss Stafford, who's been missing. I think we should just try to wrap that up before we continue and go to U56. Remember, we mentioned someone who said that she normally would come to these meetings, these dinners, but she's been missing for a week. And I think maybe we should go there just to see what's up with her before we continue here. There's a weird aspect of this book that we haven't gotten to yet, and I'm very curious what it's all about, but I'll mention it when we get to it. All right, U56, which is the morning of Sunday. A butler opens the door. You're here for the lady of the house. Please help out, sir. The police won't take the disappearance seriously. I guess the lady isn't important enough to fit within their busy schedule. You can tell that the old butler is visibly annoyed by the lack of official attention. Can you tell me what happened that evening? Well, Mrs. Francine came home early from her dinner at the Dannings. She said she wasn't feeling well and retired without an evening tea. Come morning, she was nowhere to be found. The window of the master bedroom was open. Searching for the lady, I did have a look in the garden below the window, and there were footsteps in the mud, as if someone had climbed the vines. I don't understand how someone would have been able to get the missus down that way, though. It's over 20 feet to climb. They must have been exceptionally strong to pull that off. There have been trouble with break-ins in the area, so I sleep in the room next to the foyer with one eye open and one hand on my derringer. No one passed through the front door that night, I'm sure of it. And you didn't notice anything strange during the night? The butler looks a bit embarrassed. I did hear a noise from upstairs, but I assumed it was just the missus doing her evening toilet. She had retired early, after all. At the time, I thought nothing of it. Right now, I can think of little else. There were no signs of struggle or anything out of order in the bedroom, so I have no idea what the noise was, nor what could have happened. I don't understand what they might have wanted, neither. Nothing was stolen, and the missus is not of a wealthy family. No one has contacted to demand any payment for her return. Before you leave, you examine the garden. Looking up at the master bedroom, there's a vine leading up to the window. Like the butler said, it must be 20 feet up to the window at least. Pulling the vine, it seems more than sturdy enough to support quite a bit of weight. Could you really carry an elderly lady down that way, though? I wonder. Okay, so the only thing that's confusing is, well, one of the things that's confusing is when did she disappear? Because it's kind of important for us to figure out if she disappeared the same night as Henry Danning or really a week before. Her name is Francine Stafford. She's disappeared. She can't get the police to come. We think this is the previous week, right? He says there were footsteps, as if someone had climbed the vines, but she's an elderly woman. Did the are some people are drinking the wine and nothing's happening to them, and are some people drinking it and being totally rejuvenated? And then, so we think she's been gone for a week? I think we should go to the police next. No signs of struggle, and she's disappeared. Okay. Perry says, 2 bodies, 2 missing persons. It's true. It's true. Did they is it the old idea? If they aged backwards and died? But it would be weird if they've aged backwards and then been drained of their blood. Is that what it is? Hold on a second. Is that what it is? It's like a full loop. After 30 years, you yourself are aged backwards and are drained of blood to create the youth medicine that can be then used for 30 years. Like, is that it? Is it what Lauren was saying in the beginning? Is it like the circle completes? Like, you get 30 years of youth medicine, then your body itself is drained of your blood. You're aged backwards, and then your body is drained of blood, and the cycle continues, and you've created 30 years more. You benefit from it from 30 years, then it ages you backwards, and they drain your blood for the ritual to get new ingredient. And was he planning to try to escape when he got caught? But we don't know why Miss Stafford is involved in all this. Okay. I think we should go to the police next and see if we can't get a little more detail about these missing persons and the bodies. So let's do that. So we finished with all of our known people. We're left only now with having to go to some allies. So where did we think we should focus here? Police, I said we should go. Okay, let's go to police. Where's our police officer? Police Detective Morris Garrison, D32. Okay, so we're going to start a new set of places. The chaos at the police department seems more energetic than usual as you catch Officer Garrison in an office corridor. The deaths at the church, a tragic affair, I'm sure, but not something that we can occupy ourselves with right now. It's dreadful, but I mean, no one's even turned up to claim the bodies, literal unknown. So when a member of the high society goes missing, that's where our resources go. Politics, you must understand. He throws his arms up as to display his deepest regret on the matter. Who's missing? Haven't you heard? Well, Mr. Danning, of course, of Miss Fanny's fame. Just up and vanished last night. Left his wife quite distressed, it did, and with what an influential figure he was, she has every right to be. So I'm sure you can see why we have little time for a mere love suicide, as if some street kids decide to play Romeo and Juliet. Huh? C'est la vie. Or in this case, c'est la mort. Now, is there anything else I can help you with? You can tell from the annoyed tone that the conversation is over. No, thank you, Mr. Garrison. You have been most helpful, you conclude as he wisps off. All right, well, he hasn't really been useful at all to us. For some reason, they think these two kids have committed suicide. I don't understand how he thinks that, but maybe a trip to the morgue is in order. Okay, that was the police. I think it's time to go to the morgue. Anna says, maybe you just become sick if you drink this wine, but for a few people it works. It doesn't, it feels like there's something more deep to it than that. The bodies are unidentified. That makes me think it's our two people who have aged backwards. But it would be very odd for Mr. Danning to have aged backwards by accident. I mean, he's been working with this stuff for 30 years. So that's more in line with Lauren's idea that somehow there's some sort of pact, and after 30 years, or someone else has decided to do something, get their revenge. Okay, so we've got our forensic expert, and then we've got our surgeon and chief pathologist. So I think we should go to our... Well, we should probably go to both of them. I don't know which one would have the body, though. I guess Vincent at the hospital has the body, so C11. I'm sorry, but the bodies you're searching for have already been moved to the mortuary. If there was anything peculiar about them, you'll have to ask Dr. Sutton, who performed the medical examination. He's not here right now, though. Seems like he left early for the day. If you're planning on visiting, I'll warn you that he left in a particularly foul mood. He lives on the corner of East River and South Peabody if you absolutely must see him. So we're told two things here. The bodies are at mortuary, and Dr. Sutton is on East River and South Peabody if we want to visit him at home. Was he in the directory? So he's not in the directory, but we're being told where he is. Let's see if we can't find this on the map. East River and South Peabody. Okay, well, here's East River right here. And here's Peabody. So I guess we're looking at M40 or R2. M40 or R2 seems like where he would be. East River and South Peabody. Or we could try to go see the bodies ourselves in the mortuary. But let's see if we can't find the guy who did the autopsy. M40 or R2. Sutton is an ally. We went to his office. He's not there. So now we're going to go try to find him at his home. Okay, so M40 is not an entry. Let's see if R2 is there. Yes, Riverside District. Here he is. What's going on? What are you doing at my home? You explain your business to a confused Dr. Sutton. Yes, assorted business that. What is it you wish to know? Whether there was anything peculiar about the bodies? You mean, apart from them having been completely drained of blood? He does not seem amused, neither by your visit nor by your apparent ignorance, but you wait politely for him to compose himself. Well, let me put it like this. It's not strange that a person with exposed veins loses blood. That's rather a quite natural consequence, is it not? The doctor seems even further annoyed by your silence, but the manner in which this was achieved. So, veins are cut open, that's why the cops think it's suicide. The manner it was achieved is odd. He says all major arteries had been cut open. Wrists, neck, thighs. Whoever performed this knew what they were doing. It's like an animal being prepared for slaughter, but with a lot higher precision than any common butcher. Victims were also very much alive as it was happening. Otherwise, the blood wouldn't have been drained nearly as completely. This was precision work. I could have admired it if it weren't so nefarious. As a result, these bodies were seemingly drained in seconds rather than minutes. I cannot tell you what their intent was, but I can tell you it was purposeful and methodical, as well as a most unpleasant experience for the poor victims, undoubtedly. That's pretty gruesome. He ponders his own words for a few seconds before continuing. There is something else, though. You asked for something peculiar? There were markings carved on both bodies, different markings on each body, and I don't recall their exact appearance. They were carved on the chest of both victims, though, and based on the bleeding and nature of the wounds, the carvings would seem to have been performed while the victims were still alive. How's that for peculiar? The doctor is visibly perturbed as he relives the details, but before you can offer any words of consolation, he blurts out, "Now that is all I can tell you. I wish you a good day." Okay, and then it tells us take requirement card 1. So we've learned about the circling card 1. We've learned about the bloodletting and markings, different markings on each body. He doesn't recall exactly what they look like, but it's on their chest while they were still alive. So now this is more, now we've got our first confirmation that this was a ritual, not just a bloodletting. So it confirms our theory that they're draining these bodies of blood while they're paralyzed. But now we've got a little bit of extra. A little bit of extra that there's some sort of ritual. I'm going to have to start a card here for keeping track of places we want to remember to go. Like, we could try to go to the mortuary and see the bodies ourselves. I think that makes some sense, don't you? Let's check in with the chat. DJ Moneycut says, did Armitage charge us with any particular goal? No. The only thing he's interested in is the missing guy. And it says, ritual rite candles also suggested that before. Yes, but now we've got confirmation. Okay, so the person that might be able to tell us more about this ritual, you'll remember, is the guy who knows the occult at the Silver place. Where is it? Silver Twilight. So Sebastian Lyman might know about this ritual. But let's see if we can't find this mortuary. Where is our mortuary? Mortuary might have been one of the places that got eroded. There is the cemetery here. Graveyard here. graveyard here. But is there a separate mortuary? There's the unvisited aisle, medical facilities, graveyards. So here's the listing of graveyards. There's actually 5 of them. But we just read that they went to the mortuary. We've got 2 abandoned churches. I wonder if we should check out the other one. Guess we have no real reason to go there. What about here? Funeral homes. Is our mortuary here? Yes, there we found one. The Whitechapel Mortuary, C4. I think that's probably where they are. So let's go to the mortuary and see if we can't see the bodies ourselves. So C11, and then we went to R2, which was Sutton's home. Now we're going to go to C4, the mortuary. Yeah, we weren't really given an assignment here, but we do have a missing person that Armitage is concerned about. So I guess we have to figure out, we'd like to prove that this is his body, if indeed that's what's going on. Okay, let's try to go to C4 to the mortuary. I'm starting to think that this weird extra thing in the book is for the finale, but we're gonna find out soon. You'll understand when I show it to you. Okay, C4. The uns from Briarfriars, Bayfriars, they're being prepped for burial. Why? You slip a bill into the orderly's hand. I'd like a moment with them, if I may. I'm of the extended family. The orderly eyes the bill, then you, then the bill, then shows you to a dimly lit room where a man and a woman lie on a table, unceremoniously clad in humble linen drapings. Their faces are staunch and their skins stretched thin and dry, gaining an almost translucent quality. The orderly raises an eyebrow as you pull the drapings apart to expose the chest of the young man. Carved in the flesh of the left side of the chest is an intricate symbol you don't recognize. Never seen this before? You asked the orderly. Not right same as that, no, but like it a few. They come through here right on the regular, always unknowns, young, purty, street rats like these two. And girl has 'em too. Like I said, not exactly like that, but still. Okay, so every time these people get drained of blood for this ointment, they get marked as part of this ritual. And now we find out a little extra piece of information that this has been happening for a while on the regular. And usually street urchins, like homeless people, they've been young. They're always young and pretty. That's the blood they need of the young kids. Young homeless kids are drained of their blood for this ointment. Okay. You examine the girl, and like the orderly said, there's a symbol carved in her chest as well. Not right same as the other one, but like it. As you study the symbol, from the corner of your eye, you catch a shape at the end of the room. Table propped up on what appears to be blocks of ice. Quite the expensive-looking setup. Catch a shape at the end of the room. A table on blocks of ice. What's that contraption? You motion towards the table. Oh, you mean Snow White, that lady from the river? The one they put on ice? In an open wooden coffin on the table lies a young woman, no more than 20. In contrast to the other two bodies with their ghoulish appearance, the girl shows few signs of decomposition. On the contrary, with her full cheeks, lush lips, and glistening hair, she looks like she'll wake up from an afternoon nap at any moment. In her expensive blue and gold dress with intricate lace trimmings, you wonder offhandedly if Sleeping Beauty wouldn't have been a more appropriate nickname. On the normal for unknowns, the city goes and puts them in the ground right quick. Not this one, looking like nobility and all. The city wanted to give a family an opportunity to put her in a family grave. Imagine the hubbub if the city gone, done, and buried 'em nobles like a commoner. Quite the stir that'd be. The orderly leans in close. Something strange about this one. Supposed to be a river suicide, they say. Now, I'm not into spread rumors, but I worked with my share of jumpers, and this one don't look right to me. No, sir, she doesn't look it at all. No idea how she died, but the water, it didn't do it. Bet my kid's on it. Is this our Mrs. Stafford? Unwilling to find out if the orderly expects you to honor the bet, you thank him for his assistance and slip another bill into his hand. For your discretion, as you put it. Take requirement card 1. Well, we already had one, so I guess we're getting it again. Strange. Okay, so few signs of decomposition. No more than 20. Is this our Miss Stafford? She's aged backwards to 20 and died some other way. He doesn't know how. River suicide, he says, but the water didn't kill her. And what? It's on a contraption. It's a table on ice. And he just says that's how we just keep them while we're looking for what to do with them. Expensive blue and gold dress. Okay, let's just make a note of that. So this is sort of important because I think we were sort of leaning to the gut level thought that our two disappeared old people had aged backwards and were the people that were drained of blood. Whereas now we're thinking that they're separate, that the kids being drained of blood as part of a ritual, and that our Mr. Danning was involved in that. And this woman, Stafford, does, if this is her, she does seem to have aged backwards, but she isn't being used as part of this ritual. She's aged backwards and died independently in a manner we don't understand. Well, that was our afternoon, a Monday afternoon. And we don't have another place to go other than Ally. Well, I mean, we've got a whole bunch of places that are useful to us. The Silver Twilight that know about rituals. Fenton Pascal, who knows lots about rituals. We could try to get some gossip about Mrs. Stafford. Family History Arkham Historical Society. They've been doing this for 30 years. Probably Fenton Pascal would be a good Silver Twilight would be pretty good too. Cab driver, we haven't had any real sign that these are cabs involved. Hmm. I'm going to put on this list of places the other abandoned church just in case. And we do have the curare, the symbols. I think we should follow up that angle. Who can identify the symbols? And I think the person to identify the symbols would be Fenton Pascal or Sebastian Wyman. So those are the places I'd like to go. Although the library would as well. So those would be my top three. Try to get an indication of what that symbol was. If we can find the symbol, then we can know what ritual it is. So I think Fenton Pascal is the way to go, L4. And Anna seems to agree. Okay, L4, we're going to go to Fenton. Here we go. Ah, my friend, this has become quite a habit of yours, has it not? Pascal sports a bemused smile as you enter his office. What may I assist you with this time? I hear our common acquaintance is currently overseas. He listens intently as you relate the tale of the events at the church. Drained of blood, you say? What are the circumstances this time? As you move on to the details, he interrupts abruptly. Oh, actually, due to recent events that you're most certainly already aware of, I've decided quite coincidentally to do some further research on the topic. In fact, here's an index of my literature on the subject. Pascal hands you a list of what appears to be book titles. And here's his list right here. Blood and Boils, Literature and Inspiration. Maggie at Sorcellerie Extraordinaire. Of Wolf and Man, Cults of the Forgotten Land, The Elder Blood, Cosmic Deities and Other Creatures. Canon of Medicine, A Scientific Approach to the Four Temperaments. 3 by 3. Okay, that seems like some coded things. Certain letters are underlined. 3 by 3. He says, whatever it is you're looking for, the answer is assuredly somewhere within these pages. Now, if you excuse me, I have some research of my own I must attend to. You attempt to protest as Pascal ushers you quite determinedly towards the door. Okay, well, this is interesting. So L4 Fenton, coded note maybe? And he wants us to take requirement 2, which we don't have yet. So I'm going to circle 2. Okay, let's take a look at this note now. MSEOWM. Let's write these out. And then it says 3 by 6. So 3 by 3. And these are all threes. There's a 3, there's a 3, there's a 3, there's a 3, and here's a 3. So MSEOWM. CFL TEB, and then T4T. 3 by 3. There's our 3 by 3. but it's a list of 5 3-letter things. They don't spell words this way. They don't spell words this way. And there's a number. The letters here are a little bit suspicious in terms of anagramming because there's 2 E's. 3 by 3, huh? 3 by 3, what would that mean? 3 by 3, that seems like you would make a grid, but 3 by 3. Now I have written them all in capital, but it is odd here that there's a mix of capital, so maybe we should be more careful about capitalizing. Let me rewrite these with capitals properly done. M S E O W M C F L C F L. This could be lowercase too, right? Because it looks like it's always the middle one that's not. And then T for T. These are actually all lowercase. That's kind of weird. You think that S is lowercase? I think it is. So now these are all lowercase. These are all uppercase, except our end here thing, which is odd. I guess this is not uppercase either. That's a lowercase e. The 4 makes me think this might be an address. Could it be a street address we're being given here, like 4 something street? 4, and then you kill the ST, and you get a street. What street would it be? Like 3 by 3. 3 by 3. This makes me think it might be an address. And maybe the by 3 by 3 is something like a street address would be this by this. Cross streets or something. Where's my list? If we play this hunch, I think it's very interesting to think about it. What I think might be useful, though, is let's just, if I'm right, if this hunch is right, I wonder if we shouldn't just look at the 4 streets, the 4 locations in each of the neighborhoods, the 4 addresses, to see if that gives us any clues for street names. So starting up here, N4 is West Kerwin Street and North Garrison Street. That does not match our acronym for our letters. What about D4? Garrison Street, Kerwin Street, same thing, doesn't seem right. E4 is Watley and Noise. No, we're looking for something with lots of M's in it. M4 is West Main Street and River Street. No. R4 is Powder Mill Street. Not really. Peabody Street. No. F4 is Parsonage Street and Lich Bell. That doesn't seem right. C4 West Church Street. No. U4 is Saltonstall Street and Boundary Street. That's not right. L4 is Garrison, Saltonstall. No. F4 looks like this is a bust. Okay, so that theory doesn't work. Anna says, aren't these all books? Shouldn't we go to the library? Yes, we should go to the library. It feels like this is more of a code than actually books, but I agree that would be the next logical place to go. Let's just make a little note that we need to go back here for the coded message. Still feels like this is a code to me. 3 by 3. Okay, well, let's go to the library to see if we get any clues from these books. And we'll come back to this code. All right, so library director, that's Armitage. He's away, though, so surely we can't break into his office, but we can go to the Orne Library, C23. Okay, so we went to L4, which was Fenton. And now C23 in the morning. We're going to the Orne Library. So we're almost out of our self-designated deadline. Could there be a clue in the circled part, says Jonathan. What was the circled part? Blood and Boyle's literature and inspiration. That's interesting. I think the lowercase and uppercase has to be significant here, because these titles have weird lowercases when they shouldn't. That suggests to me that the spacing is important. And if that's true, you could say our uppercases here, M, possibly the S, MEOWMCFL. This was the one I didn't do the casing properly on here. Let me just, is it 1 for 1? Is there one lowercase for each uppercase? That would be interesting. MOMCLTB, and then lowercase SEWF E T T with a 4 left over. It's a little odd, isn't it, that we have matches for each same number of uppercase as lowercase? This almost looks like a word here. Sofet. Sofet. Fewest? It almost spells fewest. We have a 4 by, oh no, letter number 4. And almost have the word fewest. What about a word with these? It's a little harder with just one vowel. All right, let's go to the library. We'll come back to this code. Very intriguing. C23. C23. Miss Sargent ushers you inside. University administration are performing an inventory of the entire library. State your business quickly. Missing blood, you say? I know that there are loads of books on related topics, but I don't know any enough to point you in a specific direction. With office administration breathing down my neck, I have no time to perform any research for you. She leans in and whispers, if you ask me, this is the administration seeking to keep tabs on Mr. Armitage. Quite the coincidence they would conduct an inventory just as he happens to be out of the country, is it not? A raised eyebrow serves to emphasize her words. But if you know which book to look for, I could maybe afford you a quick peek. If you have requirement 2, which we got from Fenton, you may continue to supplemental encounters read entry 2. Okay, so that was good, because now we're going to get the book he mentioned, maybe. And maybe that was how we're going to use our code. Supplemental encounter 2. Oh, you already know which book you want? Why didn't you say so? I'll let you look through it while the administrators are on break. You really shouldn't be here, though, so be quick about it. Pick one book to read out of Appendix A after reading the instructions. Return it when you are done. Okay, well, we've now encountered the strange thing about this book, which is there's an appendix, and it's organized quite oddly. So let's take a look at it, and then we'll talk about it. We'll go back to Fenton's list, but let's take a look at what Appendix A looks like. Pick one book, and then we return it. Okay. So here's what this very odd thing that we've never seen before, that the author of this case has invented. Appendix A, books. Books are represented by codes which are printed on the top right of each page, so that you can flip through the pages without accidentally reading the books. It is discouraged to look through the codes beforehand, as well as picking a book by random, as it might ruin your enjoyment of solving the investigation. Instead, it is recommended you pick a code to read before looking through the available codes. You may read more than one book during the course of the investigation, but unless otherwise noted, each visit to a location means another time unit spent. If the code you're looking for does not exist, this means that no book was found and you need to try again. So the codes are 3 letters long. So I guess that the idea is now that instead of it being a coded message, that these are the way we access these books. So if we want to read of Wolf and Man, we would look for OWM. So MSE OWM CFL TEB and then T4T. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is just the title of his. Is this another book? Or. Huh. So here's a possibility for us to think about. Is this the title of his list? Or is this a book which hasn't had its code word given to us? And what does this mean? If this is just the title of this list, then there's nothing to figure out here. We just decide which of these we want to read. If this is a separate book that hasn't had its code word written, we might need to figure out what the code word for this would be based on this pattern. If you had to guess, you would guess it would be Blood and Boils, uppercase starting, then the next lowercase, and then I guess any reason not to do that? I mean, on the other hand, this one, they're all down here. Why wouldn't it be CM? This one doesn't come out. All right, so assuming I'm wrong, I mean, if this did have a code, it would look like BBL, I guess. Okay, but probably that's not a real thing. I'd love to hear some theories about, is this his list? Blood and Boils Literature and Inspiration. Is this just the title of his list? Okay. Now, which one of these books would be most useful to us? Not of Wolf. We don't think it's Wolf, right? And this seems too open-ended. But this one could be interesting to us. But this one for sure. The Elder Blood. I mean, this one looks like the most interesting to me. And then maybe second would be this one. Let's see what the chat says. Read the French one, The Extraordinary Magic, could be about rejuvenation. Maybe 3 by 3 is a hint to pick the third book. Or The Forgotten Land could be Africa, although I'm not sure it was forgotten. I'm for CFL. So we've got a bunch of votes for the third book, which is CFL. 3x3. Okay, so 3x3, Cult of a Forgotten Land. That does seem appropriate, but this one also seems like could be useful. It looks like the game's going to let us go to all of them. It just takes us extra time. So, one other question would be whether we should go somewhere else first, like to the Silver Twilight person who might be able to say, hey, I recognize those symbols. They're about something, and that might point us to what book, or if we should go right in and read a book right now. I guess I'm for reading a book right now since we're there, and we'll get a feel for it. I wouldn't mind going to CFL first, but we should take a break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let me point out how odd this situation is with these books. We haven't been assigned a task, but if you were to infer one, it would be to locate, to figure out what's happened to our guy, Danning, Henry Danning, who's gone missing, who Armitage has alerted us about. And we think we understand the basics of this bloodletting. That they're killing young people, draining their blood, then there may be some intermediate step which deals with an elder god, or somehow transmuting this blood into a youth serum. And we think our guy is involved in it. We think our Miss Stafford has somehow been de-aged, but then died and ended up in the morgue. But the odd thing is that the books, number one, don't seem like they might fill in a little bit of detail for us, but we think we understand that part of it, although maybe we're going to learn about some 30-year pact. But it doesn't seem like the book is going to hold the secret to where Mr. Danning is, which is what I think we should be trying to find. If we're worried about time running out, it may not be the book we need, but some other way of figuring out where Henry Danning went. I have one possible idea about that, but the other part is how mechanically odd it would be that we'd have to use this appendix to read a book if this was the entire book list. If this is the entirety of these books that we can look up, why not just say, you want to read this book, read number 12, read appendix 6, read appendix 7, 8, like, why is the game making us do this? And then what on earth would this mean? So, doing a little meta thinking about this, it would feel like this is the system you would use if there's a book not on this list that we aren't given codes for that we might want to look up. So this might be one of them. If this was a book title, then we'd have to guess how to look up this book. Or might there be another book that we could look up that we have to come across on our own? But we haven't come across such a book title yet. Just a very strange thing. And this is Fenton Pascal giving this to us, so it's an ally. It's not something, a person you would miss. It's a very strange mechanical process here. And it says, let's just read at least one book, please. Okay, so we're going to read a book. We're going to vote on what book you want to read, though. So let's go. Vote on what book you'd like to read. I think our top candidates are CFL or The Elder Blood, or to try to look up this one. But I don't think this is a book. I don't think we can look this up, so I don't think that's it. All right, 2 votes for CFL. Dorf says, if there's any pattern to the 3 letters from the title, then the last one on the list breaks it. I agree with you. I agree with you. 3 by 3. Maybe that's telling us that 3 of these books are useful. If you were to think that 3 of these books would be useful, you'd pick this one, and this one. So maybe he's saying 3 books are useful. All right, everyone wants CFL, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to CFL. All right, so let's see how to do this. Oops. Look at that. Okay, here are the appendix books. We've chosen to go to CFL. So we're going to just look at the tops and not peek and look at CFL. Oh, they're not in order? That's weird. Okay, so here's CFL. So here we have an illustration. Bacchus was not the only hedonistic god of decadence, though. The followers of Sanguine also lent themselves to mighty feasts in honor of their liege. They considered bodily fluids in general, and blood in particular, to be sacrosanct. The inclusion of such formed a popular and recurring staple in their rituals. One example is their celebration of summer solstice, where they would make small incisions into their fingers and hands, which they would then use to delicately paint and decorate each other in elaborate ways, all in honor of their deity, who, according to them, was thoroughly pleased by this form of artistic expression. Well, this does not seem like what we're dealing with. All right, so this took us a time to go to, so I'm marking that we spent a unit of time reading CFL book. Maybe the first one we should consider as part of our visit to the library. So we won't count that against us. That'll be just our first visit. And this doesn't seem like our case, does it? And this CFL, I don't know why it wasn't in order. We got this by looking up Cults of a Forgotten Land. I feel like we shouldn't be... I mean, I think Bacchus is the god of wine, but not Africa. That's a good point. Bacchus is the god of wine. I mean, I want to go to this place, but I also feel like I wonder if we should be doing this or saving this for later in case we find different books. We might find different books. The Elder Blood. Anna says, I guess we need to read more books to find what we seek, but we can come back later. I kind of feel like we should look around a bit more to see if we can't. Maybe we're going to, like, what if we get another list of books? Then we know we shouldn't have been looking at spending time going through all of these books. So I was saying that I had one theory about our guy. So let me ask you to not focus on the books for a second. Think about finding our guy. What happened to him? One thing that occurred to me is that we went to the morgue, and it does seem like Miss Stafford and our Henry Danning might have had the same basic fate. So if she died in the river, is it possible that she and Danning met up to do some ritual and died? So if you look at the mortuary scene, I wanted to take another look at his comment about him. So we look at the bodies, and then we see the body that something else happened. Okay, so we see two symbols, and I want to see if someone can identify it. But then Snow White, the lady from the river. It's a lady from the river who's not decomposing. So, and where was Stafford found? That's the best indication that she went to the river. Now, where was her home? Stafford is U56. So she is here. She's found in the river. There's only the Miskatonic River. So I wonder if she and Danning weren't meeting up to do some ritual. DJ Moneycut says, I think she killed herself to avoid the bloodletting. The question is, he says she's found in the river, but she didn't drown. And she doesn't have signs of bloodletting. So I'm inclined to think she may have met up with our guy Danning for some ritual, either in one of these places by the river or at the unvisited isle. I know it's a long shot, but I'm inclined to want to go here. I think it is significant that she was found in the river. Especially since her house is so far away from the river. How did she get to the river? What do you think about taking a shot at the unvisited isle, that weird place where rituals are conducted? Or do you want to go to one of our other allies first? Like the Silver Twilight guy. John says, sure, let's try the unvisited isle. Okay, so remember that we're giving ourselves, this is our soft limit. So we're going to try to go to M9 while it's daytime. I think that's a good idea. Then in the evening, we can go to the Silver Twilight. All right, so M9, it's a long shot, but I think it's important that they're by the... Well, okay, I was wrong. There's no M9. All right, well, I had high hope, but I guess I was wrong. All right, so there's no M9. The original Mythos Tales rules say that still counts against us, although I don't like that rule. Do you have any long between her disappearance and being found? Not really. We know she's been missing for a week, but we really don't know when she was found. All right, I think we should now go to the Silver Twilight guy. He knows about rituals and stuff. Let's see if he gives us a separate list of books. So Lyman Sebastian, L18. Let's try Lyman. Let's see if he has anything good for us. Welcome, my dear friend. Yes, yes, please come in, come in. You wonder what could have compelled Mr. Lyman to be of such an uncharacteristically splendid mood. Why, the ritual at Bayfriars, that is why you're here, right? Well, Lodge is perfectly up in arms about it. His face turned serious for a moment. Of course, a terrible tragedy which befell those youngsters. Terrible. But it's seldom that I get the satisfaction of really watching these worms squirm. You motion Sebastian on, urging him to get to the point. Why, yes. Well, they have a full-on manhunt underway to determine who it was that performed this unsanctioned ritual, as they call it. Apparently, whatever took place in that old house was the pertainer of a particularly powerful magic. I haven't been able to eavesdrop which kind, but from what I can gather by the stress in these people's faces, it's something of note. I overhear them muttering about Rogog's will this and Rogog's will that. Doesn't make much sense to me, though. Rogog, huh? Now, are we ready to look in the Elder Gods blood book? Is this a something we need to look up in Cthulhu? Can someone look up Rogog, see if that's a Cthulhu thing? Let's see. Lovecraft. RHOGOG. Aha! Rogog. Rogog was said to be created when Cthulhu and Hastur fought above the British Isles and Cthulhu shed blood, which several star spawn put an entity into for unknown purposes. This entity lay dormant, growing in power until it became Rogog. Rogog is a great black oak tree, hot to the touch, and a being of darkness and unimaginable power. So Cthulhu shed blood when they fought, and the star spawn put some entity into it. And then it grew. That is very spooky. The bearer of the cup of the blood of the ancients. The bearer of the cup of the blood of the ancients. That is creepy. Rogog is usually encountered when manifested as some form of colossal leafless tree with a single great eye embedded in the trunk, so hot to the touch that physical contact will burn flesh. Somewhere in the British Isles, Hastur, some of Cthulhu's blood was spilt. The blood was harvested. They implanted an entity into the blood to protect it. The creature spent long ages in dormancy before finally emerging. One tale tells of a time when Rogog met a human named Patrick, with whom it debated at length the differences between good and evil. It finally decided the concepts of good and evil were irrelevant, proceeded to consume the unfortunate human. Okay, well, that's creepy. It's very creepy, but I'm not sure it helps us. Maybe these people just don't know what it is, though. They have a manhunt underway. Who performed the unsanctioned ritual? Whatever took place in the old house was the pertainer of a particularly powerful magic. Just because they're mentioning Rogog doesn't mean our case is really Rogog, because we don't think that's what happened with these people. We think they're draining the blood for youth, not for anything else. Okay. Well. Let's just take a look at this and see what's left here on this list. No reason to go to the sanitarium. Armitage seems to be away. Gossip Hound doesn't seem relevant. Star Reporter doesn't seem particularly relevant. Informant at the diner doesn't seem particularly relevant. Forensic expert, local criminologist. He might have some evidence about the symbols. I don't know. Family history, Arkham Historical Society. Cab driver, we haven't caught any information, any suggestion that they went in a cab, but I mean, that could break our case wide open if our guy got into a cab. Folklore, that seems like that could be relevant to us. Births, deaths doesn't seem relevant. So what do you think? So here are our options. We can go to an ally. We could read another book. Probably if we read a book, it will be The Elder Blood. Read the Elder Blood book, says DJ Moneycut. Okay, I think that makes some sense. Maybe we'll alternate book reading with other stuff. Okay, so 3 by 3, that bothers me. But Elder Blood Cosmic Deities. Okay, so we're going to try to find this book, TEB. I have no idea why they're not alphabetical in this section. I'm still quite confused by this section of books. But let's see if we can find TB. TEB, was that it? I think that was it. TEB, yes, okay. Here's TEB. It's about Rogog. Rogog is a being of darkness, although he's normally seen in the form of a great black tree. He's believed to have been born when Cthulhu's blood was spilt upon the ground during a clash with his half-brother Hastur. Intending to use the blood for some unnamed purpose, an entity was born into his spilt blood, an entity which would ensure that the blood would never be harmed. This entity lay dormant, gathering power, eventually became the being called Rogog. As the child searched among the wicker bushes, he came upon a great tree, blacker than the deepest void in all creation. The child, trembling with primal fear, touched the bark of the tree and found that the wood felt as if it were aflame. Terrified, he struggled to pull his hand away, but found that the branches of the tree were holding his arm fast. The child shrieked in fear and in pain as a branch began to split his stomach in two, and his childlike voice was replaced by the howls of a being of unimaginable hatred. The woods trembled. Rogog was still not satisfied. That is very creepy. I'm not sure how it helps us, except to the extent that we could be looking for a forest area if this is what's happening. Are we going to find Danning attached to this tree somehow? Very strange. But I'm going to write this down. BEB book. I mean, it's a mention of Rogog, just like our other, what we found, looked up, and what he was talking about. So there is the wooded graveyard, but there's also Potter's Field up top, but wooded graveyard. Why would, I mean, it doesn't seem like this is, the blood part we think we understand is about youth. Is it just trying to trick us into thinking there's some other stuff going on? It's very confusing. Is it possible one of the bodies is the young version of Danning? Says TJ. It's not just that, but I thought the two disappeared old people were going to be sort of had aged backwards, but it feels like the aged backward royalty woman didn't die like that, and the ritual to drain their blood has been happening to these young people for a long time. So it would seem like too big a weird coincidence that Danning would be a victim to his own thing, and he seems to be the one conducting the ritual. Something gone wrong, though. Why did this old woman die? Why did she disappear a week before? Very strange. Let's look at this for another second. Where else would we go here? So we could check the cab log to see if our guy Henry Danning when did he disappear between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m.? Where did he go and why? Where did he go and why? That's very strange. Where did he go and why? He disappeared from his house after retiring for cigars with his friends. That's so strange. Are all the party guests accounted for? Some we couldn't talk to, right? I think we talked to all of them and they're all accounted for. Unless we missed someone. Is it possible that let's think about this for a second. This guy, Henry Danning, he's regularly killing young people, harvesting their blood, putting it in his ointment, his youth ointment. And there's a weird smell at the bodies. Okay, so here's my theory. Something went wrong with the two people that they killed. That there was something in their blood that was bad. This is my theory now. They regularly, once a month, they kill two young people from the street. They drain their blood. They use it. They put it in their wine. They put it in the medicine. It normally works flawlessly. But last night, they harvested blood and it was tainted. And the tainted blood has now caused some weird ramifications. People are getting sick from the wine, and Henry is getting sick. Is that possible, that something has gone wrong? And it's just a coincidence that he's leaving town. Although the Lauren's old theory about the 30 year on the day feels like it's a way to not have a coincidence. And I don't know how to explain our disappeared woman from a week ago. Except that she might have overdosed on it. All right, let's check in with the chat. If they're all in the Rogoth cult, one of them could have injected Denning with curare and used him for the ritual. And I was thinking Denning was experimenting with higher dosages, first on the other lady a week ago, then on himself this week. That's an interesting idea. Should we be considering that Danning was trying to escape? Would he have tried to get out on a bus? I think we're going to have to check for cabs. I just don't, it's too, if he did try to hop on a cab, that could give us a clue. So I think I'm going to go to D34. And we'll see if there's anything to it. Probably nothing, but I'd hate to not do it. Mr. Danning? The beauty cream fellow? No, I'm afraid I've never had the pleasure. Have you tried over at the Speakeasy? The dog arena is receiving a lot of traffic these days. Seems like it recently opened up for business again. If an official asks, you didn't hear that from me, of course. I can take you there if you want. It's down by the docks. If you take the cabbie up on his offer, you may continue to the docks without having to spend a time unit. How weird that is. I mean, how we have to write it in here. But why would we not do it if it's free? Down by the docks, that's the part I like about where that woman was found by the river. I can take you there if you want. It's down by the docks. Jonathan's saying, I guess we could get caught in a police raid. Like there could be some negative consequence. Well, time is so valuable here. I'm not going to pass this up. But where would that be? D34. Where's the dogs? Have you heard about the dog arena? What is he talking about? Where's the dog arena by the docks? Should we just be looking for docks? Local culture. Multiple people have sent us to the speakeasy. What did we find at the speakeasy? Sports. No dogs there. Transportation University. I'm a little confused now. Oh, there's the docks. Okay, docks or M10. Well, M10 is near the river, so that's why I'm interested in it. The speakeasy was a dead end. Let me just reread what the speakeasy was before we move on, in case we, yes, the speakeasy was a complete dead end. He just says, never seen him, never heard of him. Okay, so M10 we're going for free at the docks. So the only thing that's appealing here is it's by the river where our body of our woman, Stafford, wound up. Okay. And Jonathan thinks this might be a trap and we might get into trouble. In the door to the warehouse, you stumble over Mr. William Coffin. Ah, you're here. Excellent. He whistles loudly and waves to someone off in the distance. So this here is the dog ring. Let me show you around. You move through the packed crowd where inebriated men of all classes are brushing shoulders, from fashionable suits to dock worker overalls. These simpler pleasures carry no prejudice, it seems. Oi! Here's someone I'd like you to meet. Mr. Thompson, he leans in closer and whispers, he's the pertainer of that juicy contract on Mrs. Emerson you may or may not be aware of, he is. William winks at you. So I take it you have details on this lady's predicament, then, you ask, and the large, clean-shaven man grins. I'm afraid not. There's a contract. I have it. That's as much as I know. But surely you must have an idea of the terms of the contract. Well, keep watch over the Lady Emerson and her child. Let no one touch them. That's about it. What the hell's going on? Do you at least know who might be a threat to Lady Emerson? Why the contract? No clue, none. And for that money, it could be the devil himself for all I care. Look, all I know is someone's willing to pay a hefty penny for those two to be of sound body, if not mind. You follow? A siren bellows. Oi, this is me, then. Got money on this bugger I have. Pleasure you're making your acquaintance, sir. The muscular man smirks and gives a mock bow before he disappears into the masses. What is going on? This was a very weird lead. I don't understand it, and it did not help for... So, this is very confusing to me, but we've got mention of new people here. M10 at the dog ring. We meet William Coffin. Here's someone I'd like you to meet, Mr. Thompson. Feels like we got here and we shouldn't have. Mr. Thompson, he's pertainer of that contract on Mrs. Emerson. To protect her. Mrs. Emerson, someone we've never heard of before. And then he says, keep watch over Lady Emerson and her child. Let no one touch him. And he says, do you know what she's afraid of? And he says, I don't care. I'm paid to protect her. Is she going to be the body of the noble person dead? No. Oh, very strange. I mean, it's very weird that we ended up here. If we look up Lady Emerson, I wonder, let me just see. Well, I mean, there's an entry for her. U32. And then William Coffin is the person we've met there. I don't see a William Coffin. And then a Mr. Thompson is the person we're talking to. Could be D61. I mean, I guess I'm inclined to stop off at Mrs. Emerson's house to see what's going on, but I'm a little confused as where we find ourselves here. Oh, there's William Coffin right there. The informant. So probably visiting him would get us that information. So we've gone to the dog park and met up with William Coffin there, who introduces us. So he may have some information. That may be of how it expected us to get there. Very strange. John says, just to double check, was the lead the cab mentioned the same as the dock lead? Are we sure we did not just look up the dock lead instead of where the cab lead wanted us to go? What the cab lead said was, it didn't tell us where to go. The cab lead said, this is how the cab lead ended. If you take up the cabbie and his offer, you may continue to the docks. And that's what we did. We continued to the docks. So I think we were probably supposed to find out about Emerson from our informant. So I think we probably have to go there and then look up Emerson. So let me just point out that we have reached the end of our self-appointed deadline. So I think we're circling back here. That was our end of Tuesday. I guess since this game doesn't have an official timeline, we're just continuing our days up here. I think we have to go to the ally that seems like the game expected us to be there before ending up here. So let's just do that. And then we'll see if Emerson is worth visiting. But we're a little bit confused now. Okay, here's talking to Emerson. Coffin. William Coffin motions you into a cubicle in a dark part of the diner, which he shares with a small, smartly dressed fellow. Aye, come sit. Have you met Mr. Callum here? Before you can answer, he starts nudging his companion. Oi, tell him what you just told me. The squirrely figure sports a largely toothless smile. Rumor goes someone recently put a contract to surveil a Mrs. Emerson. Didn't say why, just keep her under surveillance. I don't know who picked it, but seeing as it's a high paying for doing naught, the families will be fighting over it surely. Also, those Silver Lodge fellas are all up in arms about something. They're always up in arms, though, squirrely bunch, those. He snickers, bearing even more missing teeth. William practically jumps in his seat and turns to you. Oi, never mind that, though. The dog ring is up again, down by the docks. If you want to get your bets in, we're heading down there now. Want to come? This is weird. This is like a side case, but okay, let's go visit Emerson. I think we need to run this down. Emerson was at U32. This could be just a complete side case. Nothing to do with ours. Let's just see. We might need to go back and start reading more books. Okay, here's U32. It's a long entry, so maybe it is related to our case. You knock on the door of Mrs. Emerson's home and wait. You're just about to leave, concluding that no one's home, when you hear a muffled voice behind the door, almost like someone arguing with themselves. The lady opens, looking disheveled, her hair and clothes clearly unkempt. And I pulled off one of our stickers. Taking a quick peek over her shoulder, you see no one else in the house. Are you all right, Mrs.? Yes, quite all right. Yes, why do you ask? Well, it sounded like you might have been in trouble back there. The woman looks back down the hall. Oh, that's just a door that was refusing to open, that's all. These old houses, you know. She looks you over scrutinizingly. What did you say your business was again, sir? Well, actually, I just wanted to see if you were all right. See, there are rumors flying about. Ah, rumors. Sir, if I had a nickel for every rumor spread about me, well, no, sir, pay no attention, pay no rumors, no mind. Down the hall, you see the shape of a baby crawling, inching its way towards you. It's not making any sounds as it's crawling. No yells, no cries, no laughter. It just keeps inching steadily towards you. The lady catches your glance, looks back over her shoulder and says, Now, thank you for your concern, sir, but there's nothing to worry about. I'm quite fine, see? As Lady Emerson swiftly closes the door, you swear you can catch a glimpse of the infant grinning at you in complete silence. Is this our Mr. Danning? Has he aged himself backwards too far to being a baby? Is that what's happened? How are we supposed to figure that out, though, if that's true? Kind of feels like that's what we've got here. Like Mr. Danning has gone into hiding or something, has aged himself back to a baby. Or this is completely unrelated to anything. I don't know how we would have be able to figure that out, though. I feel like we have to turn back in here. Or we could read another one of those books. And Anna says, yes, he paid in advance to this lady and also for protection for them. I like that idea that he has paid to have them protected, to have himself protected. And we hear her talking to herself, but is she talking to the baby? Let me just mark where that was. U32. How would we... I feel like that's what's happened, though. Might town hall shed some light on things in regard to birth certificates and such? I mean, I suppose we could visit all of these. All right, what's our order of operations here if we had to pick one, though? Family history expert. If we think he's contracted with Emerson to protect him when he aged backwards into hiding. When the 30, this ties in with the 30-year thing. Like the contract's up, the 30 years, and now they're gonna hunt him. And so he's gone into hiding. The high society ally or the folklore ally, says DJ Manika. Okay, birth certificate. I think we should go to birth, and we're going to find out that Emerson doesn't have a baby. Civil servant for birth, marriage, and death. D21 Town Hall. I think we might find that she's not supposed to have a baby. Where's my black pen? D21. Okay, let's see if we can't find out that Emerson is not supposed to have a baby. Let me see here. Henry Danning. Let me see. Born April 18th, 1847. Married to Louise Danning. Born Stratton on September 12th, 1858. Married on May 1876. No divorces, no children. They have no siblings. Parents deceased. Is there anything else? If you have requirement card 3, which we do, I forget what it is. We definitely have it, though. We can read supplemental 1. Was there anything important there that we want to pay attention to? Born April 18th, 1847. He married a wife 11 years younger. No divorces, no children, no siblings. Parents deceased. 1847. What's the date of this case? 1847. It's 1929. So they're 80 years old or so. All right, let's read our second. Nothing there seems very... Our professional building, that property is co-owned by the aforementioned Mr. Danning as well as the Mr. Edward Butler. This is all information we already knew. We visited Butler. That was his partner. We already did all that. Wasn't very useful. Okay, that did not help us as much as I hoped, or at all. Family history expert. Well, I mean, we might as well go to all of these. How about folklore guy, C17, Robinson, Lenore? Okay, let's try that. C17. We're just making our way through our allies for now. I still think it might be useful to go to the forest and track down this Rogoth attitude. Rogoth theory. C17. Okay. Huh? I'm far too busy to help you, I'm afraid. With this, you should be able to do your own research. I'm sure you're competent enough to find your way. Professor Robinson flips through a literary index, then passes you a card and resumes her work. Oh, it's more books. It's more books. It's more books. It's the same. It's some of the same books. There's our CFL book. There's our Wolf and Man book. There's our Magic and Sorcery Extraordinaire book. That's a new book. And one of our other books is missing. Take requirement card 2, which we already have. Okay. L4 and C17 have books. Bohemian folklore hardly seems relevant, but maybe our magic and sorcery is looking more interesting now. We've already done the CFL. We have no reason to think there are wolves involved. I think we should go to this one, huh? All right, let's go look at that book. Okay, we're going to go now to MSE book. I'm still suspicious that there might be some other book that we should be looking for. Okay. Oh boy, that looks like it might be related to our book. Let's see what we've got here. Another form of powerful hedonistic magic is that of the blood. Using blood in various rituals is said to contain transformative properties, like being able to transmogrify, transform, rejuvenate, incapacitate, and even morph the subject into animal form. Granted that the blood of the desired animal is available. Many tales in traditional folklore, that of the frog prince, the fountain of youth, even certain brands of alchemy, are believed to have their foundation in the traditions of blood magic. While accounts vary wildly among many cultures that swear to the power of blood magic, most recorded annals agree on a few accelerants. The blood should be extracted in a ritual adhering to strict protocol. It must be consumed by the subject for the spell to carry any effect. The strength of the spell is also believed to be proportional to the quantity of blood consumed in the ritual, which is why the most powerful practitioners had not only many unwilling sacrifices, but also ritual participants. And there they are cutting someone's stomach open. So it has to be consumed. The strength is proportional to the quantity of blood consumed in the ritual. This may be why the certain people who attended the party, some of them drank a lot, some of them drank a little. This definitely seems closest to our case. John says, I guess there are plenty of dog blood down at the dog fights. True. I wonder if that's just a red herring about the animal form, because it looks like what we really believe in here is the rejuvenate thing. Okay, let's continue our march through our allies here. The next one I think we should talk to is the forensic expert. Maybe he's made some notes of the signs. I also think the forest, if we really think this is Rogoth that's involved, I'm sort of curious about the forest. But why don't we try the forensic expert before we move on? D45. From the crime scene at the church, the blood encountered on the tables, as well as the small amount on the floor, all belongs to the two victims. The table legs have been modified using a common saw. No fancy utensils used there. There's no sign of struggle, no sign of the victims having been restrained in any way. Overall, there's very little in the way of evidence, which in itself might mean something. Do we have requirement 4? We do. That was the curare. So now we're gonna ask him about the curare, and he's gonna say, oh, I could explain it. What's this? Just give me a moment to examine the substance. You small talk with the office clerk while you wait. After a seeming eternity filled with the latest opinions on local nobility, who's unfaithful with whom, who has a little too close relationship with their health, who are in economic trouble. Mr. Corbett thankfully calls you back in his laboratorium. This appears to be curare, a powerful paralytic poison, which upon some research is said to hail from South America. Muscle relaxant, which in certain dosages is capable of leaving the subject completely paralyzed. Any more than that, and the muscles will completely cease to function, leaving the subject to suffocate. All right, well, that's it. Now, I saw in this book something that probably I shouldn't have seen, but I'm going to come back to it in a second. But let's look at the chat. Dog blood makes your H79 faster. And it says, maybe that's why I needed 2 corpses, needed a lot of blood to change back to baby form, possibly. I still think the smell is a curious thing for us to explain. Okay, now, based on something I just saw, I do want to... Oh, it's time for a break. Why don't we take our break and we'll come back and I'll talk about what I saw and what that makes me think. Let's see, we've been on air for 4 hours and 30 minutes. It does feel like we're almost at the end here, although there are pieces we don't understand. So I guess we're going to finish this tonight. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I was just having a little bit of a meal there. Sorry. The chat is theorizing about the timeline of the bodies. I don't think we were told when the bodies were found, but we know that the cop discovers the bodies and rushes right over to us. So we're contacted on the first day by the cop who found the bodies. DJ Moneycut says, does the cream really work? I think it does. Jonathan says, I guess I'm a little unclear why they seem to imply they keep finding these bodies. Do they never attempt to disguise the rituals? We've heard at the mortuary they keep finding the victims, so the ritual could be a weekly thing as well. That's an interesting point. Weekly. They don't really say how often, but we know it's regular. Is it? I'm still hung up on Stafford dying. Is there some reason why Stafford and Danning were both being hunted by... we do know that the Order of the Silver Twilight says it's something like an unsanctioned ritual. So is it possible that Stafford and Danning were doing this ritual and they've been caught, or the Rogoth people or the Silver Twilight people have finally found out who's doing these rituals and are going to hunt down and kill them. That's why Danning has gone into hiding, and he's figured out he can age himself back to a baby and then hide in plain sight. And Stafford wasn't so lucky. Maybe the fact that Stafford got caught is what made Danning realize he has to go into hiding. But it feels like we're a little light on evidence for all this. Okay, so now, I was thinking Danning was using Stafford as a lab rat and then killed her. That's an interesting idea. So, in the very beginning of this case, Jonathan had an observation. Jonathan said, hey, there's an address of this telegram station, and we located it on the map and said, you know what? Jonathan is right. This is a real address on the map, 33 North Peabody. And where did we think we found that? 33 Peabody. And the reason I bring this up is I saw an image of telegrams in the book. So it feels like we should pursue this idea of maybe the post office having telegrams for us. So where was Peabody? Here. So D33 we said we might want to look at. And we never followed up. So I do think we should look that up now. Okay. D33 says, I have nothing new for you, sir, other than the message we had delivered to your house this morning. You did receive it, I hope. For Mr. Danning? No, nothing there either. if you have requirement card 3, we can now read entry 13. So D33 to 13. What is requirement? Where did we get requirement card 3? What does it represent? The secret recipe was requirement card 3 when we went to his office. Okay, let's see what that gets us. Huh. Oh, she says, for the Tower Professional Company? No, nothing, but from it, there are a few. Here's what we have on file. The clerk hands you a set of telegram transcripts. The transaction has been completed. 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 Arkham Trolleys to Walgreen Drugs. Matilda Emerson. Sanderson's Chemical Supply. So this is the Jonathan's picking out this telegram office was key. We just didn't think ahead enough about wanting to check telegrams for other people. So Matilda Emerson, transactions completed. So this is our guy Danning at his office planning this stuff out since way back in August. And he's paid her to care for himself, to care for him as a baby. Now let's find out what else he's doing. Very sneaky. Okay, so we've got Arkham Trolleys. I wonder what that one's about. And then 2 drugstores. Walgreens Drugs. Matilda Emerson, that's the person we spoke to. And then Sanderson's Chemical Supply. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, now let's visit these places. Transportation Arkham Trolleys is a D24. Drugstores could be his cream, yeah. Okay, D24. This feels like it might be the last pieces of the puzzle. D24. We have agreements with many companies to handle the transportation of their employees. With regards to specifics on any client, that's as much information as I'm at liberty to divulge at this moment. All right, that was useless at Arkham's Trolley. So what do you think he was doing with Arkham Trolley? This doesn't seem to help us here. Okay, let's look up the rest of these. Walgreens Drugs. Walgreens Drugs is F1. And then Emerson, let me just make sure we don't overlook. Surely this is the same Emerson. Emerson, Matilda, yes. That was our Emerson. We've already been to her. And then Sanderson Chemical is E6. Okay, so we went to the trolley. We went to Matilda. So now we've got 2 drugstores and chemical supply. So F1 is the drugstore. Sorry, sir, all our customer orders are strictly confidential. We don't disclose any of our customers' information, neither private individuals nor companies. Is there anything I can help you with? Anything else? No, not really. An E6. For the Tower Professional Company? Yeah, sure. We supply them with material for their product. If you want to know what they've ordered, you'll have to ask them. We never share contents of the orders. It's company policy. We don't want to risk helping our clients' competitors perform industrial espionage. That's just straight up bad for business. That's it. Okay, so all the leads were useless except the key sneaky thing was Matilda Emerson was snuck in there, and he has paid her to take care of himself. That's paid him to take care of him as a baby. He set this up as all part of his plan. We don't really know what Stafford's role in all this was. All right, well, let me move along time here. We went D24, F1, E6. We ate up most of our time. And it says, what I don't understand is if he could transform the old lady into a young one, why didn't he transform himself into a young man? Why a baby? Maybe thinks this is the best disguise. Or maybe he wanted to start all over. Why not start all over as a baby, as much time as you can get? Or he overshot the target, says DJ Moneycut. That's reasonable. All right, so let's see what allies we haven't visited. Let's visit them, and then maybe clear up some loose ends, maybe check out the woods and stuff. Okay, so we haven't been in Armitage's home. That might be interesting, even though he's not home. But let's do the others first. Let's do the Privileged Gossip Hound U18. We'll just go through some of these quickly. Oops. Since we're just cleaning up loose ends. U18. The hubbub about Mr. Danning, yes, I've heard, isn't it juicy? Especially considering the rumors that have always been circulating about the real reasons behind his many travels. Let me tell you, I've heard everything from illegal dealings in diamonds and gold, how he apparently has a child in every town west of Albany, to how he's preparing for a life after retirement, maybe buying an entire country somewhere. It's especially odd, though, considering how Lady Stafford also vanished after an evening at the Dannings a few weeks back. Highly coincidental, isn't it? Could it be an elaborate ruse for Mr. Danning and the Lady Stafford to elope and start a new life together? Who knows? Oh, how I can't wait to find out. Have you heard about this supposed young socialite woman with an apparent overconfidence in her ability to swim? Despite of what others may say, she's definitely not of any known nobility. A young debutante of her rumored unparalleled beauty, she would have been instantly recognized, not to mention missed. From what I've heard so far, no one has even come to claim her body. This is the body we found in the morgue he's talking about. No, far more likely she's a young lady of humble birth who has illicitly procured a wardrobe of someone far above her stature, and probably those wicked, wicked ways are what lead her into her current predicament. But nobility? I think not, no matter what the rumors say. Oh, and have you heard the latest about the widow Emerson, who's said to have adopted an infant child? Adopted? With what money? Last I heard, she was next to destitute. No, these young widows who fraternize well below their standing with adoptions as a more than convenient excuse to cover their deliciously sinful ways, let me tell you. As Mr. Checkley takes a deep breath, seemingly to continue his rant, you grab the opportunity to thank him for his time and hurry up the door. Okay. More confirmation that Emerson is what we originally postulated, that Denning is the baby. And he's paid her to take care of him when he reverts himself to baby stage. So that all confirms that theory. I feel very good about that. But now, Miss Stafford, I'm still confused here. So he thinks maybe he's suggesting Danning and Stafford were going to run away, but we were thinking Stafford is dead, she's the nobility, but now he's suggesting this is a different person. You heard about the supposed young socialite woman with an apparent overconfidence in her ability to swim. I think this is still Stafford's body, and he's just hasn't made the connection because it's much younger than Stafford was. I think it's still more likely that Stafford was tracked down and killed by the cultists, and that's what prompted Danning to try to hide himself. I'm not sure, though. But we know what he's done. We just don't know how Stafford fits in. All right. Gossip Hound. We haven't talked to the Star Reporter, N28. Let's do that. Have you read today's paper? Fascinating, isn't it? Breathtaking debutante takes final breaths underwater. Downright poetic, wouldn't you say? But on to the interesting part. Who was she? How come no one recognizes her? And what could be the cause for her taking her own life? A love drama? A sickness of the mind? I have all my tentacles out, listening and prodding. Mr. Clark holds his hands up, and with his fingers he performs a pantomime of slithering tendrils weaving through the air. So far I've come up with nothing. If you find out, come see me first thing. I pay handsomely for my scoops. Okay. More clues that is Stafford. No one could recognize her, etc. Okay. So we've talked to all these people. Did we talk to Dorothy Davis, L1? I don't think so. Here's Dorothy Davis. Mr. Danning, hang on, let me see. Mrs. Davis disappears among her books and returns with a massive tome, possibly heavier than herself. Okay, let's see here. Mr. Henry Danning, son of Charles and Henrietta Danning. Oh, Charles, the famous explorers. That's where he gets it from. What? You mean you don't know? If it's something Henry is known for other than his miracle creams at Fanny's, it's his extensive travels. Huh, not a big reader, are you? Miss Davis scoffs as she turns around and is swallowed by her archives. Okay, nothing important there. We went to these. We went to Lenore. We went to Amelia. We went to the Speakeasy. We went here. We went here. Okay, so the only place we haven't gone now is Armitage's and the Sanitarium. I guess we might as well go to the Sanitarium. I don't have any reason to, really, but since we're just wrapping up this case before we go to bed, let's see. Okay. If you're visiting in the morning or afternoon, continue to entry 3. If you're visiting in the evening, entry 7. I don't know. I guess we're going to read both of these. We'll go there in the evening and in the day. We're sort of in our overtime period now. Let's see what we see. Sir, what can I help you with today? The nurse taps an impatient finger. I'm sorry, but if you don't have a particular affair in mind, I can't help you. Are you looking to inter yourself? Do you wish to see a doctor? No? Then I have other matters to attend to. Nurse turns to the next man next to you. What can I help you with? All right, so nothing. And then if we come there at 7, she says visiting hours are closed. Okay, so those were useless. Just wrapping up here. Armitage, C23A, and his home. Let's try his home first, U8. And then we're just about done here. I guess we could read some other books if we wanted to. Okay, so if we knock on his door, he's not home. Nothing comes in, and then we could check his office. C23A. You're not quite sure why you stumbled into Armitage's office. You know he's not here. The office is in its usual chaotic state, with books, exotic ornamental pieces, and odd artifacts strewn about haphazardly. Eyeing the room, there's a board on the far wall that you haven't noticed before, filled with clippings, papers, and odd symbols. If you want to take a closer look, Supplemental 6. Well, sure. We'll take a closer look. Why not? Moving closer to the board, which is a mishmash of notes, scribbles, and symbols, you try to make sense of the jumbled mess. Focusing on the board, your mind begins to drift as you start falling deeper and deeper into an alluring trance. Symbols start to mesh together, and you catch glimpses of something that seems to make sense in the corner of your mind's eye. It's like you hear Armitage himself speaking in colors and smells as well as in words. Okay, this looks like a little bit of hint about what we should do. What do we know of what happened? Ignore the things we believe. What do we know? What can we tell from how it happened? Are there traces of demons, of beasts, of magic, of humans, or something else? What might be the reason for the event? Why would one do such a thing? What could one stand to benefit? Once we've eliminated the improbable, whatever remains, no matter how impossible, must be the truth. As you snap out of the dreamlike state, your head is in a daze. You're unsure of how much time has passed. You reach to touch your aching face and notice a trickle of blood has dried under your nose. You head up into the washroom to clean up, the cool water soothing your nerves as you rinse your face. Studying your reflection in the mirror, you can barely make out a fuzzy dark shape standing right behind you, off to the side, slowly pulsating like it's moving in and out of existence. The shape reaches out, a limb-like appendage towards you. Your heart racing, you spin around, staring into an empty hall. Advance the timer one additional step for the time spent in a trance. Creepy. Okay. We've now done all the allies. So we've finished going to all the places we've thought of to go. We think we have a pretty good idea of, well, we know where Mr. Danning is. We know he's aged backwards to a child, and he's had this woman, Emerson, taking care of him, and he's paid someone to protect her. That's his protection because he thinks people are after him. And the only thing we're not completely sure of is what happened to Stafford. We think this might involve the old god of the Rogo thing hunting them down, or the Silver Twilight hunting them down. I think we should make a couple of long shot checks. I still think it's... I wish we could figure out how she got put into the water and killed. The autopsy said it wasn't the water that killed her. I feel like she was caught by the bad people and killed. Let's do a couple of checks for whether the tree god thing, if there are any signs of them. I'm going to check out the old wooded graveyard, M1. No entry for M1. Another place that occurred to me was there were 2 abandoned churches. Where were those? two abandoned churches. One the bodies were in, so I thought maybe we'd check the other one, M8. No, no entry there. Well, is it time to read the questions? I'm not sure where else to go or whether there's anything more for us. I suppose Miskatonic University might be a place that we could conceivably want to visit. We could read more of the book. Were there any other books we wanted to read? Did we ever figure out the 3x3? Not really, no. Let's see if there's any other books we want to read before we get to the questions. How about this one? How about T4T or TFT and BBL? Let's see if those books are in here for some reason. There are definitely books we don't seem to make sense of. TFL and the Wolf one. Here's TFT. Let's read this. Temperament theory has its roots in ancient theory of four humors, excess of body fluids. It's useless. Okay, TEB, we read that one. We read the wolves. The wolf one is lycanthropes. That doesn't seem like ours. TFL, we read that book. No book by this code. Okay. Don't know what this is all about. Are we ready to... Has anyone got any other ideas of places to go? The only thing that I'd love to find is a place where our woman might have gone into the river. So I guess if I was a searching type, I'd want to look here and here. So let me just take a quick look at R27, 28, and R5. Then I think I'm ready to look at questions, unless anyone has any other ideas. So there's no other R's. M768 and on. Let's just look and see if there's anything in there. No. Okay. So nothing here, nothing here. I mean, Silver Twilight people, I'd be curious to see if we could find out how they caught her. But I don't know how to do that. Let's go to the place where we find the questions. I'm not sure what that means. What do you mean, let's go to the place that we find the questions? Do you mean let's read the questions? Or do you mean something else? Are we ready to read the questions? DJ Moneycut says, the old lady turned young and climbed out her own window. Why? We don't know. We absolutely don't know. It happened a week beforehand. And we don't know. We don't know how she met her death. I suppose you could ask. We heard how she was dressed. Could she have just been going out dancing? Like, we went to the mortuary, which was C4. That's where there was the description of her, right? And here they are talking about it. No more than 20. No decomposition. Blue and gold dress with intricate lace trimmings. Wouldn't have been Sleeping Beauty, might have been a better nickname. Looking like nobility. They're waiting to find to the family founder. Supposed to be a river suicide. He says, this one's not right. She doesn't look it at all. How she died. No idea how she died, but the water, it didn't do it. Feels like we should be able to identify her, but is it? We know this is where she's sort of dressed like she was going out dancing. Music hall, school of dance, not school of dance, but she could have been going to a music hall or any nightclub though. So how would we find? I mean, why would we pick one over the other? He didn't get in a cab. She could have been going to the park, U68. She kind of looks like she was dressed for dancing. I'm gonna look up the dancing N31 and U68 just to see if she was. Then I think it's time to look at questions. Okay, no U68, no N31. Okay, Anna says, my guess is the old lady turned young, went to Danning to tell him what happened, and he gave him the paralyzing stuff, so she suffocated, and he pushed her into the river. That's an interesting idea. I don't know how we'd know, though. What were the dates on the main guy paying Emerson? We don't have dates about the Emerson paying money. We only have a date on the earliest chemical supply telegram. The rest of them we don't have. Okay, let's read the questions. It's time. It's time to read questions. Okay, exciting. Here we go. We'll read the questions and then we'll debate. Who killed the young couple at Bayfriars Church? Why were they killed? Who were they? How did the culprit learn about the murder method? What happened to Mr. Danning? Where is he now? What happened to Mrs. Stafford? Where is she now? What was special about the food at the Dannings' dinner party? What's the identity of the young noblewoman found in the river? What's the secret behind the products sold at Miss Fanny's beauty parlor? Okay, so if we had to guess at these answers, let me see if I can't summarize, and you tell me if you think any of these are wrong or if you think any of these need better answers. Who killed the young couple? This is going to be Danning. He killed them. Why were they killed? To get their blood as part of a ritual for rejuvenation chemicals. Who were they? I'm just going to say these were young street urchins. How did the culprit learn about the murder method? That's the curare stuff. I guess we're going to say he learned it in South America during one of his trips. What happened to Mr. Danning? He took a huge dose of the rejuvenation ritualistic blood and aged back to a baby. He's now with Mrs. Emerson. What happened to Miss Stafford? She was killed after she aged back to a young lady and climbed down her vine, but we don't know under what circumstances. Where is she now? She's in the morgue, in the mortuary. What was special about the food at the Dannings' dinner party? Don't really get this part. It was the African wine that made everyone sick. Did he put some rejuvenation in there for some reason? I don't really get that. What's the identity of the young noblewoman? I think this is a trick answer. We think this is the same question about Stafford. It's Miss Stafford. What's the secret behind the product sold at Miss Fanny's beauty parlor? That's his blood chemical. Maybe what was special is it didn't have the youth in it, the blood youth in it. I also don't know what the smell was. Jonathan says, I think Anna's probably right about Stafford being killed with the curare. If lethal dose use would be suffocation, but not by water, just paralysis of the lungs. I guess. Hard to see why he would kill her, though. Seems more likely that the rivals, the people who don't like the like them doing these rituals would kill her. I mean, why is he really going to kill her? Because she knows? That just seems odd. But maybe. I mean, it seems like she would thank him for helping her age down. That's an interesting theory. Okay, so let's just fill this is we're going to say Danning. Why were they killed? I'm just going to put for their blood, for their young blood. Who were they? Just going to say street urchins. How did the culprit learn? We're just going to say the South American exploration tribes, etc. What happened? He reversed to a baby. Where is he now? With Mrs. Emerson. What happened to Stafford? We say she was killed, found in river. Where is she now? In the mortuary, on ice. What was special about the food? We might need to reread that, but I'm not sure what the answer to that. What's the identity of a young noblewoman? We're saying that this is Stafford. What's the secret behind the products? They have the youth restoring blood in them. Okay, chat says, why was he giving the guest wine at all? Seems like Stafford would have been involved in his scheme to some extent. Maybe she helped him find the victims, or she helped hire Emerson. Does feel like we're missing some connection. I agree with that. Was it bad food and not the wine that made everyone sick? Why was he giving the guests wine? Did someone really say when we talked to them that the food tasted not as good as normal? Let's just put in here, I guess I'm going to put in here that there was no blood in them. But I really don't know. That's why they didn't taste bad. But I don't really get that. Could be the opposite. It does feel like we're missing a little connection to Miss Stafford. We did visit Stafford's house, right? What happened when we visited Stafford's house? Maybe we should read that again. U56. The butler says, please don't take it seriously. She came home early from her dinner at Danning's. She wasn't feeling well. In the morning, she couldn't be found. Trouble with break-ins. No one came by. He heard a noise from upstairs, assumed it was just the missus doing her evening toilet. I mean, that's at U56. I was thinking, we could go to next door neighbors, but there really is nothing. She came home early. She drank too much. Maybe she did discover his secret because she drank too much wine. And so he had to kill her. All right, I guess if I had to guess, since it happened a week ago, it's either that she was working with him, but maybe if she came to dinner, she drank too much wine. Maybe if you had to guess who she was killed by, maybe I'll agree with the group that she was killed by Danning. But if he's been doing this for 30 years, why is he now going into hiding? This makes me think like they're on his trail and that's why he's gone into hiding. Maybe they caught her. Okay, Stafford wasn't the one across the street from the ritual site. No. No, that was these two. F41 was the person across from the ritual site. F41 was Mrs. Chapman. Let's see what Mrs. Chapman says. She's sick. She's over her bedpan. Damn that African wine. And they yell at her. They're all sick from the wine. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Okay. Are you ready to read the solution? Is everyone on the record? Does anyone disagree with any of this? This is the one that is the big mystery to me. And then there's the whole thing about how the god of the tree they're mentioning. Like, does that have to do with anything? But we never were able to track that down. All right, doesn't sound like anyone's disagreeing or wants to get on record. If you disagree with any of this, you want to take another guess at number 7, you have, this is your final opportunity. John says, I don't have any better theories. I do think it will turn out Stafford was poisoned with curara. It does seem like Danning was deciding like he had to go into hiding, so I think it makes sense that these people are trying to track him down. Or something has come to the end of his time when he's allowed to do it. Okay, let's read the solutions. Okay. Who killed the young couple, Henry Danning? Why were they killed? To provide the blood needed to complete the spell? Who were they? It's not known. Anything that's unknown, that's what we said. How did the culprit learn about the murder? Travels to Africa. What happened to Mr. Danning? After performing a magic spell at the suburbs home, he was rejuvenated in the form of an infant. Okay. Where is he now? In the care of the widow, Matilda Emerson. What happened to Mrs. Stafford? She participated in a rejuvenation ritual at the Dannings where she regained her youth. She was then murdered by Henry Danning. That was what you guys said. I was a little skeptical. I agreed with it in the end, but where is she now? In the shape of a young woman. What was special about the food? The African wine was laced with blood. I mean, this was the confusing one. It was either, we guessed that it was the wine, but we didn't really understand why it would have blood in it. Whatever. What's the identity of the noblewoman, Francine Stafford? What's the secret? It's enhanced with blood magic. All right, so we got them all right. 1 point for needing to regain control of your mind after tapping into an otherworldly conscience if you choose to study the board. So we did trigger this. -1. And the iron golem in the back office of Miss Fanny's. Did we? I don't remember even having this option. Did we miss something? Because we were in the back office. I just want to look at that before we move on. That's kind of weird. Does anyone remember that? Did I miss? I see there are a couple of things we missed, but if you attempt to, oh, maybe it's if we broke in. Remember, we used the key. If we had tried to break in instead, yes. If we break in, we look at this weird stuff. As you fight to regain control of yourself, what's that thing? What was it doing here? We look through the window and we look at the iron creature's face and it puts us in a weird state. Okay. All right, so looks like we solved it. Now let's read the solution. You find Professor Armitage puffing on his pipe, deep in thought, staring at the fires dancing in his fireplace. As you enter, he wakes from his thoughts and motions you to have a seat. I think in order to make sense of this, we must start from the very beginning with a young Henry Danning, a bored young man only so eager to find stimulation in this world. And stimulation did he find, indeed. On his many travels across the globe, he came across many an otherworldly experience to satiate his desires, of the flesh, of the mind, and of the spiritual kind. Specifically on his travels in Africa, he learned from the local witches about the power of blood magic and its transformative properties. You might be familiar with this branch of magic under the Western term hoodoo. He took his knowledge with him back to Arkham, and it became the foundation of his most successful business, magically enhanced creams and ointments promising eternal youth and beauty. Of course, those promises were short-lived, since there's only so much cold and anonymous magic can fulfill. It was enough to build him quite the financial empire and a comfortable life, though. As he neared the edge of his own life, he turned to use his skills in hoodoo magic directly for his own benefit, which brings us to the curious case of Mrs. Stafford. Mr. Danning had wooed her with the allure of his inventions. After displaying his power, the power of his magic, through the use of his products, he convinced her to participate in a full-blown spell to reclaim her lost youth. It was not out of benevolence nor concern for her well-being, though. He was using the lady as a guinea pig to confirm the ritual would work without repercussions before attempting it on himself. I guess that actually got suggested at some point when we were playing in terms of the week. Yes, I guess it was Anna. Jonathan is saying it was Anna who said she was being used as a guinea pig lab rat. Okay, so that was Anna's theory, and that turned out to be true. That makes some sense out of the week-long thing, week earlier. After participating in the first rejuvenation ritual at the Danning, she convened with Henry as they had agreed to meet to plan her new life. But instead of providing her with the means to start a new life, he made sure to end the one she had. I'm sure he was afraid she'd somehow let her tongue slip and make his plans and methods known. After murdering her, possibly by poison, he dropped her body in the Miskatonic. A week later, he performed the ritual on himself, again with his dinner guests as unknowing participants. A ritual, which I'm sure you've already figured out, required the participants to consume the specifically prepared blood. Since he wanted a more powerful spell for himself, this time he both invited more guests as well as went quite overboard with the wine. This was the one piece that I wish had made more sense to us, the fact that you needed the others to partake, because it seemed very weird that he was doing this to these others. But if you frame it as saying he needed it to make the spell work, then it makes more sense. He invited more guests as well as went quite overboard with the wine, turning his unwitting accomplices quite ill. I'm unsure whether it was really part of his plan to turn into an infant, but that's what happened. The widow Emerson, coerced and bribed to take good care of him as youth, picked him up that same evening, unnoticed by the party guests. Really? It seems a little flaky there at the end there. The murderers at Bayfriars were a little more than vessels to enable the use of the spell. Henry needed a large quantity of blood to perform the spell this powerful, and prepared in a very peculiar way, carving magic symbols on the bodies as well as keeping the subjects alive through the extraction of the blood. Imagine the horror these poor youngsters must have experienced these last few minutes of their life, not to speak of all the lives he must have ended to keep his business afloat all these years. Armitage drifts off, seemingly lost in thought. You're almost afraid to disturb him, but your curiosity gets the better of you. So, what do we do now? Armitage slams his fist vehemently against the mantelpiece. We bring Henry Danning to justice, of course. He straightens his lapel in an attempt to compose himself. I'm sure it will take a little persuasion to convince the widow Emerson to part with the care of the child. Casual mention of exposing the bribe she so willingly accepted will probably suffice. If it doesn't, I have other more direct means of persuasion, but I doubt it'll come to that. But Mr. Armitage, what would you do with the child? Bring it to the police? Don't be absurd. We would be committed. Sooner than convincing the police that an infant is a cold-blooded murderer. No, the St. Mary's Orphanage accepts all children of high and low heritage, and they're most rigorous when it comes to maintaining anonymity of their donors. That's more than good enough bait for little Henry. From what I hear, their funding is terrible, and their care is atrocious, especially that of infants. Half the children admitted through those doors don't even survive their first year. Armitage steals his eyes into yours as he opens the door. Let's go then, shall we? Armitage solved this investigation by visiting the following 12 locations, then making a reasoned deduction about the doings and whereabouts of Mr. Danning. So he went to the guest, then he went to his work, then he went to the beauty parlor, then he went to informant, the body, the surgeon, the bodies, the surgeon's house, the occultist, the library, Stafford, and finally to the woman taking care of the baby. Okay, there and back again. Fan case for Mythos Tales. We're 55 minutes in, so we're going to take a full 8-minute break here and then come back and share our thoughts for the case. YouTube says 9 concurrent viewers. I do hope you'll stick around to share your final thoughts. It'll be quick. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts on There and Back Again, a fan-made case for Mythos Tales. Remember, this was released in 2018 on Board Game Geek. Let me see what the chat has to say. Jonathan says, this case had a very strong beginning, lots of intrigue about how the two cases would intersect. Each separate case at the start was interesting. DJ Moneycut was asking about the title. I do think the back, There and Back Again, does refer to going back in life to being a baby. John says, I would have preferred if theories had a little more backing evidence by the end. I think that would help the pacing feel more steady. Anna says, about the case, for a fan case, it was good. Story, prose, clues, few unclear details and unexplained bits, nothing major. I liked it as a Mythos tale. John says, I feel like it dragged a little at the end since we did not know if we were ready to look at the questions or not. TJ Moneykit says, I didn't dislike anything in particular, but overall I wasn't that intrigued by the overall plot or characters, but it was as good or better than some of the official cases. Dorp says, kind of a thing with all the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases that you don't know if you're ready for the questions. Jonathan says, I think the clue chain to Emerson could use a little tweaking. Did feel unclear when to go to the post office. The coffin and dog arena leads felt a little random. And it says, it could have been in the box, felt the same quality to me, even better than a few cases. Jonathan Warner says, I did miss the sense of threat in some of the official cases. Okay, so I've written some pros and cons here. Let me go over some of my thoughts. First of all, I thought it was a great case. The writing was very good. I think in particular, what was fun has been mentioned here. We got two very intriguing cases right from the introduction that it was not clear how they were related. One was a guy's gone missing, and one is two gruesome bodies found at the church. And it was very fun not knowing, suspecting that they were going to intersect, but not knowing how or when. And we did really pursue them as two independent cases. That was quite fun. And I think, in fact, the case really bifurcated a couple more times. We had this weird thing where we found this other body in the water and Miss Stafford missing, which we sort of stumbled on, and we didn't know how she was related to our case. And then we also stumbled on this thing with Miss Emerson. So at some point we had like 4 interweaving cases, and we weren't sure how they tied together. And boy, a case that grabs you from the start, that makes you curious about what happened, goes a long way. That really goes a long way to making these cases fun, to have something you care about solving. This was an interesting case because we didn't care too much about the protagonist people, but the case was enough of a mystery that it propelled the whole rest of the case and wanting to see how they intertwined. And the odd circumstances around the disappearance, his bags are packed, we don't know when he disappeared, all that stuff. All those little inexplicable details combined to set you off on a path where you really wanted to figure out what happened. So all of that was very good. I think, you know, it sustained our interest for 5.5 hours. It was a little unusual in that most of the Mythos tales have a strict time limit. This one didn't, or we didn't play it, so it did feel a little bit like it was dragging at the end, but that may be our own fault for playing it for so many days. We basically really played it out in a way that we normally wouldn't for the main Mythos tales cases, and maybe that's on us. I think if I were to sum up the constructive criticism parts that I had a little bit of trouble with, I think one was the books. That was a very odd mechanical choice to use these books that you look up, and the weird way that he underlined letters. It kind of missed for me. It felt like on one hand, we were looking for a mechanical explanation for why it was so convoluted. And the mismatch was that the actual books were mostly irrelevant, and those that were relevant were just to give us flavor. I didn't really get the point of that. It felt like that would have been better handled by just going to the library and reading some books and not even having any of these choices, let alone a whole appendix where you look up books by their titles. I really don't understand the thinking there. Then there were a couple things that sort of didn't get resolved that feel a little weird to me. Like, for one thing that I was so fixated on was the smell. And to have that not be an element, not be explained, that felt very weird to me. It feels like when you have such a big thing that seems like it should be such a significant clue, there should be some explanation for it. Even if it's a red herring, I expected to see some explanation. And then the other thing that I think sort of misfired, and Jonathan brought this up, is there's this really cool thread to this story. One of the coolest parts was figuring out that he's actually the baby with Miss Emerson. And that was a very cool moment. I saw that he was the baby. No one mentioned it at the time when we walked in the house and the baby was looking at her. That felt to me like, okay, he's the baby. But then it did. That was a very well designed wrap up, because by the end we were very confident about it. And that's how you want it to be. Like, we had our aha moment when we saw it, and then it filled in. And one of the ways it filled in is we saw the telegram. That was really nice. That telegram was a very nice, subtle clue to lock down our early theory of that. I really like that. The only slight complaint about that, there are two little complaints about that thread, that storyline thread. The first one is that we stumbled into it in a very odd way. We went to the cab. The cab was like, brought us to the dog park where the people were talking about Miss Emerson and the contract. And for us, it was like, what are you talking about? It almost felt like one of these things that's like planted to be like, you shouldn't be here, so we're going to give you some convoluted text to punish you. It did not feel like it was real because it was just out of nowhere, out of context. And I think that it would have been nice to have that introduced to us, that thread, in a more gentle way that felt more natural and not so jarring. I'm not exactly sure how. Maybe right in the beginning we could hear about, there are these 4 mysteries going on, and one is this weird case of Mrs. Emerson. So that was weird, but it may just have been the order we went to places if we had gone to our informant first. But that was weird, and it kind of messed with that storyline thread. And then on a related note was figuring out to go to the telegram office. It was very cool that how the telegrams were clues. And Jonathan did, right from the start, notice that the telegram office had an address. But I think we went there because I saw that there were telegrams to read. And I think it would have been nice if there was another kind of hint to go to the telegram office, some other reason to expect there might be telegrams for us. It never occurred to us that we would be going to the telegram office to ask for telegrams about his business address. That was just a weird thing. That's a hard problem to solve in these kinds of games, but I think maybe one way to solve it is to give us another reason to expect to have figured out that the telegram office would have something for us. And then the other thing that I think, sometimes you read in the solution some detail and you're like, that's ridiculous. You're dealing with an occult supernatural world here, so you've got more leeway here. And I didn't feel like that was the case with the ritual. But when we read the solution that said he had to have more people around him drinking the wine to make the ritual work, when we read that in the solution, it made sense, but it felt like, boy, if we had known about that concept, it would have made much more sense to us why they were having this party. Like, why was he organizing this whole party while he was doing this? It didn't make sense, but in the end it did. But maybe it was mentioned here. Let me see. There was a thing here about this. A ritual that must be consumed by the subject. The strength of the spell is also believed to be proportional to the quantity of blood consumed. So I think this was trying to say that. This is actually trying to be a clue about why the other people at the party had to drink it. But I think we misread it. When we said proportional to the quantity of blood consumed, we just thought that meant he had to drink more. I think maybe if I was tweaking this, I might tweak this to lean more on the fact that you have to have more people. I think that would have been still subtle, but explained it. Like, the strength of the spell is also believed to be proportional to the number of people consuming it. I think that would have something to help us accept that that's why the people were invited to that party. That would have made a lot more sense. But I can see he absolutely did it. It does say ritual participants, and we did read it, but it kind of threw us off here. This seemed to be going against itself, but I think maybe I would lean on that a little bit more. And maybe the same thing with Stafford being killed as a guinea pig. Although, again, this is one of these things. If we played it with a group of 5 or 6 people and one person, Anna, guessed that she was the guinea pig, then maybe you shouldn't be asking for any more clues than you gave. Maybe that's just proof that you did it right. But I would have liked maybe a little more, just a tiny bit more clue that that's what happened. Because I think you could make just as good a case that she was killed by the people trying to track down who's committing these rituals, these unsanctioned rituals, and they killed her. I would have liked a little more evidence that she was going to his house or that he was using her as a guinea pig. But again, if the one of us figured it out, that's good enough. Anna says, I think the fact that there was an address on the telegram was enough. Jonathan picked up on it, so it was enough. Not GJ Money says, not sure I get why you'd be sending those telegrams, especially to Emerson. Why send a telegram about the secret payment? It's almost like they're just receipts. I think that's right. Okay. That's why they became sick. There was a lot of blood in everyone's wine. I guess the problem with this, the problem with the other problem with the blood drinking wine theory is that we expected that drinking the wine is what sends you back in age. So the fact that no one else was going back in years, getting rejuvenated, drinking all the wine, threw us off a little bit. It might have made more sense if you said, like, one person has to drink this to go back and the other people drink the wine. Or maybe it's because it wasn't drinking the wine that makes you age backwards. It was the ritual. It's just the blood was being used as the catalyst. I I guess that covers it. I mean, I thought a very good case, very creepy, fit perfectly with Mythos Tales, very enjoyable. Can't ask for too much more than that. It's fun to play this with this group. Lots of theorizing, lots of ideas. Is there a name? Here's a question for you. Is there a name for the genre of mystery where you've got two cases that merge into one? Because we've seen that a bunch of times, and it feels like there should be a name for that. A name for that style of telling a mystery, that phenomena where you've got multiple cases that merge. Okay, and then we took the baby out of safe hands and put it into a bad orphanage on purpose. That was a weird ending. Okay, so that wraps up Mythos Tales for us. DJ Moneycut says, let's call those Voltron cases based on the Voltron robot mech where all the people form together into them. We still have a Bureau of Investigation fan-made case that I want to play, and a whole bunch of Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective fan cases that we need to play. Expansion for Mortem, Medieval Detective. We've got a lot to do. Now, somehow, I'm going to have to get a couple hours of sleep before my scheduled 1 p.m. developer design diary stream that I have scheduled for Sunday at 1 p.m. Maybe we'll just try to make that a more relaxed, short session. I don't know if I have it in me to do a full, long thing on it. But for those of you who are interested in game design of these kinds of games, this was interesting because we saw how Mythos Tales plays without a time clock, and we encountered some of the issues about knowing when to end the case, knowing when to read the questions that are going to be the subject of that discussion tomorrow. So for those of you who are going to be there, I'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. For everyone else who joined me, thank you for joining me and playing along with me. It was fun as always. If you watch this after the fact, or you've played this case, or maybe you're the author of this case, I'd love to hear your comments posted on this YouTube channel, or maybe you could go to Board Game Geek, the thread where this case is described. And don't forget that the author of this case wrote a post about his design of this case, so that might be worth reading. I'll see you all tomorrow or next time.